because, not to be mean to him, but he has a much higher cost of living requirement than me. I don't drive. I live alone. And I don't really spend money on things outside of work. He has a girlfriend. They go camping relatively frequently. He has a pickup truck. He's a plumber by day. He has a lot of things that he needs to spend money on because that's just his life, the life that he's used to living. I've always been very used to being super frugal. And if you try and treat this as a job very quickly, and you have a higher cost of living because you have a partner, who's in school, or maybe you just spend money more often on things that aren't 1,000% necessary to your immediate existence, then usually what happens is people burn the fuck out really quickly. And I expected that to happen with my cousin the second he started taking it seriously. So you shouldn't be surprised, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's check the well project. Dig through this. One thing I would love to see is DF splitting the screen so it would allow you to follow more things at a time. That is something that the engine upgrades that Tarn wants to do alongside of the, what's the word? Alongside of the map rewrite. Because the map rewrite is basically just an engine upgrade. Right? So alongside of the map rewrite is where we're going to get stuff like that. Skipper, wherever you are, where's Skipper? I was meeting with this dwarf, who's still the outpost liaison, the legendary gem cutter. Skipper meets with the legendary gem cutter, and I'm actually going to request wood, is what I'm going to request. Not super picky about types, but I am going to request wood. And the reason I'm going to request wood is kind of hard to come by in this fort right now. They want bracelets and prepared meals. Well, one of those is cheating, so I'm not going to do that. Imagine being able to sell prepared meals at double value. More plump helmet seeds? No, I don't need those. Those are self-replicating. We'll get those. Also, I do need to make sure I didn't set them to be cooked, because I may have actually done that. Well, I guess I won't know until they're done. But no, don't need more plump helmet spawn. Although I could just buy plump helmets from them. Let's follow Cog for another 5 days. Then in 5 days we can trade. But anyway, this whole conversation has bummed me out. So could we talk about something else, chat? Instead of just being quiet, me being sad that my cousin decided to stream for a bit and was pretty good at it and then stopped. Anybody, I don't know, got any fun plans for the weekend? I'm going camping. I'm going to go walk up a mountain. Not too far, only about 8 kilometers. It's not too steep either. It's just kind of wander off into the bush. There's no cell reception, so I won't be able to look at anything. What a POV challenge is? Exclamation point goal will give you the description, but simply put, I can only pause on the 0s and 5s on the calendar, and whenever the game is unpaused, I can only follow this one dwarf. Strictly limiting my field of view as the player, meaning whenever we get into any kind of combat situation, I'm just going to scream, because I'm not going to have any idea what's going on unless I manage to pause the game on the 5 or the 0. And we're at the population counts where we're probably going to start getting goblins coming after us. And I've been super cautious about the surface because it's untamed wilds, and the ocean that we're underneath is terrifying, because if we get agitated wildlife, we are fucked. Maybe not fucked, but definitely not in a good way. All right. Could grab more instruments. Bring any fun animals? Just another goose. Well, I don't need brown recluse spider venom. I'll buy the pig's milk. I'll buy the barrels. Why not? And I will buy small amounts of weapons, like the bronze short swords. Also buy that bronze pick. I'm going to buy the leather, because leather is pretty cheap. So we can get some clothing replacements up in here. What's up, Darren? How's things? Basically, like, my hope and goal for this is to force me to stare at one dwarf and pay attention to mechanics that I would usually not pay as much attention to. That's the hope. Also gonna grab pigtail cloth. And also some... Probably can just make llammable cloth, but I'll grab some of those. And also some of these, just for strange moods. Okay. Let's also go... Food? No. Plant. There we go. I don't think they brought wood. No, they didn't. I don't need to buy fish, so I won't. I will just buy all of the fish. Buy the one book. Buy the 3 squirrels. Condensation, a study on condensation and evaporation. So buy the medical supplies and the cheese. I'll buy the loincloths and the trousers. Strawberries. Other fruits. I can also just buy this. Then I'm going to remove the gems that I don't need to get rid of. Because I think we've traded enough. There we go. Trade. They seem ecstatic with the trading. I would be too if I just got handed that big of a pile of gems. And the game unpauses. Now I can't pause again until the 5th of the next month. All you get is agitated parakeets. Yeah, it can be very frustrating to try and track down specific animals, which is one of the reasons I'm so resistant to audience requests for me to do very specific animal playthroughs like zoos and such. Oh, it didn't tell me what you listened to. Getting prickleberries. Could also probably make another still. Might not be a bad idea. Maybe put one at the other end of the tavern. Have a secondary still, because currently this one is here. But, like, it's just the one. People have AI do things that don't need to be done. You should show them Eddie Burback's video. We have AI. AI exists now. What I think is the name of it. It's actually really good. Basically, he tries it's a pretty simple video where he just goes and participates and tries in every single version or every single AI product that is available that he has access to. And then at the end of it, he's like, and here's why all of them suck. And it's kind of fascinating. I especially liked his bit on, like, ChatGPT and word processing. Makes, like, the argument that, like, removing the simple mundane tasks from day-to-day life removes the humanity from day-to-day life, which is fascinating to me. Gotcha. To accommodate them? To try and have a varied fort population? That's a respectable goal. It can just be difficult to pull off sometimes. There we go. Population is climbing. That's what we need. Or booze count is climbing, not population. I'm going to make a secondary still. gonna put it down here. I'm again going to engrave around it, just to make it look nice like that. Unsuspend this, unsuspend that. Oh, shit. I have conglomerate floors there. Well, I can fix this. It's okay. I will just crush the conglomerate. It can cease to be visible. Both of those numbers is good number go up in this situation. But unfortunately, I guess, well, actually, I see something else I can sell. Totem. I need to sell these totems because I really don't need these totems. Also, say shell amulets, and we'll say bone crafts. Let's say bone bracelets. Goddamn. It's gonna take me a lot to sell me away from you. That's a way of writing that song that I didn't expect to read, ever. All right, well, this is, I guess, too low of a priority for them to keep digging right now, so let's increase the priority. Down to layer 90. All right, let's jump back to Cog. Just another Cog in the fort. Maybe one day his wife will show up. That would be pretty cool if that was the case, though. Gonna let him go do other things until we get close to the 10th. I choose to just simply not give that stuff traffic, because if I'm gonna watch a video, I want to see somebody's creativity. I don't want to see stuff for the sake of stuff, which is largely what this stuff is. So, we have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. It'll be, I want to be around family, but decent, not huge. It's navigatable. This is good, but also slightly scary. Slightly scary. Because we don't know what's down there. Also, we appear to have found diamond, red diamond, and faint yellow diamond. No, totally. But if there's like 5 cave crawlers down there, I won't know until the 10th. But currently is fine. Also means I'm probably going to need to burrow. Oops, nope, that's not the 10th yet. Shit. He's trying to target the 10th. We have a bunch of dwarves singing, though. Or they were singing. Maybe we'll get tavern dances soon. How goes the challenge? It's going! Our dwarf is becoming a very good brewer and bartender. And is a legendary engraver. All right, let's... Whoa! Okay. Well, that is fucking gorgeous. Yeah, about that. All right, well, I think it's time to burrow. Nothing dangerous down there that we're aware of. I'm gonna go all the way over to the edge here.
Over here, he has a sword.
Over here, he has a rodent man blowgunner. That's fine. Okay, and then let's go down to the cave layers. Okay, so how big of a region down here do I want to split? Probably go all the way up to the wall there. So I say like this corner basically. Yeah, that works. Because they're like right there.
Is that interesting?
I'm not sure which command you're looking for, Troggenson. Don't need to have that selected. I wish I had more blocks right now, but I don't, so I just cry. Save the game. Just let me finish placing these walls first. Probably just go along the beach line there. But none of this level is going to have anything anywhere that they can place these. So I'm going to need to put a bridge right here. That'll be buildable. This will just need a floor piece right there. And we're right here. Fortunately, it's rodent men. The reason that's a fortunate thing is they can't fly. Last few forts I've done, they've all been able to fly, and it's been exhausting. Okay, so let's just go across here and there. This is the only one I actually need to put it on, but let's double check. No, I also need to block this. So this is all right here, so all the way along this, but this will also make acquiring trees way easier. But chopping down trees annoys the cavern creatures. Yeah, I'm always amazed when people are just like, why do you need to build blocks? Or why do you always recommend making blocks? I get questions like that every now and again, and I'm always like, how do you survive without them? What the fuck? Like, genuinely. How? And then we'll have to go across the top over there. And also this spot. Although, no, okay. I'm checking these pockets to see if they have lava in them. And I'm going to tell a dwarf to chop down a tree back here just so I can see up there. Well, I'm not putting blocks in bins, but I am putting them in... I am putting them in a quantum stockpile. As did pots versus barrels. Yeah, not needing wood for barrels. The number of times I've blown people's minds saying, by the way, did you know that you can make... Oh, rather, I need to save. Did you know that you can make barrels out of metal? Followed by, did you know that you can make bins out of metal? I will say, I do have a habit of making my bins out of metal purely so that when I need the items out of the bin for whatever reason, I can just melt the bin. Which is like, every now and again, you do end up with like someone like bizarre behind the scenes conflict that just like breaks bins, but you know. Also, today would be one of those days where I would normally complain about hitting minimums for the day, but good news. We had a bunch of resubs today, which seemed to have cleared my minimum necessary revenue for the day. So we good, which is good. Blocks are light, and it's a craft that we can do. Oops, I need to unpause. So since we have tetrahedrite, I'm going to need to figure out where I'm going to do metal smithing. I'm thinking in the local town right here. The little town for this aesthetic building that we are making. Looks like the wheelbarrows are finally working. But looks like we're also going to get to run down into the caverns. How exciting. It's also going to start giving us a supply of silk, which is good. I get to pause on the 5s and 0s. And when I'm not paying attention, I tend to miss it. Which is its own kind of problem. Like right now, I can pause. Although I need to hotkey here. Let's do F3. Let's just dig through this as well. Okay, so now I can see all the way up to the wall right here. So I have to actually expand this. Although, I just realized, I have this burrow turned on and nobody's in it. That's kind of funny, actually. It's like, yeah, I went through all this effort to make this burrow and like didn't add anybody to it. Okay, so this whole area needs to be added to this burrow. And walled off. I do have to be super cautious because of the... It's not accessible? Okay. Oh, I see, because I'd searched. All right, we'll just do that for right now, and we'll work on that. You're climbing again? You've been at the top for a while already. So I'm not sure what there is to climb, but... You have to fill minecarts with lava if you want to transport lava by hand. And we get another migrant wave, so we're about to get a mayor. Won't stop till you hit the other upper Z level limit. What, with Devilish and tickets? I mean, totally. This is rigged. You do get a 5% win chance increase if you're giving me money, but... I mean, I'm not going to say that it's rigged. It's just not a good chance to win for anybody. Cage traps near cave stairwell? It's not quite worth it. I might end up putting a weapon traps in at some point, depending. This dwarf's getting hungry. Oh, wow. I didn't actually make this all the way up to the edge. I'm going to have to change that. I thought that was the edge of the map, but it wasn't. Damn. I have to deconstruct that. Whoops. Also, that's a good thing, because I don't need to construct it, because it doesn't go all the way to the edge. So yay me, I suppose. So instead, I just need to go down here and, like, wall this area down here off. Because only 2 levels high is going to be the need. Which actually... could instead just do this. Fill this in with floors. And then a wall down here, I guess. BL. Block. Except this bottom one can all get deleted. And I'm going to put stairs right here. And then this down here can just get erased. And then checking this, there's that into here. That should be this whole area. And then at this point, it's just up here, and then this way, which can go north up here. So I think the easiest way to fill this in would just be to put wall pieces in all these. And that should do her. Except for these. Still need that. And then also I need to multi-level stuff. And it appears that the cave people are still there. So I haven't aggroed them, which is good. This tree needs to come down so that I can do multi-levels on this, but that'll happen next. All right, well, that could have gone a lot worse. Or a lot better. Actually, wait, nope, not quite done. I lied. Gotta do this side down here. What you doing? No job, you're just standing there? Got it. This should be the last of it, though. Although, knowing me, I guarantee you I've forgotten one. And I will have to go and fix it in like 20 minutes when something gets in, which is usually how this whole thing goes. Yeah, like this. Like, this is something I could very easily forget right here. So let's just dig through this. Do a wall along here. And then this right here could be a problem. This probably isn't even in the burrow anymore. Nope. All right. Now we're done. Should be done. Should be? Should be. I mean, I'll have to go back down and patch up the last bits of it, but... Yeah, sometimes you need to just cram a bunch of artifacts onto pedestals in them to make them happy. Oh yeah, also we got that migrant wave, so we're up to 59 live-in dwarves now. You have discovered a deep pit. Okay. Thank you, game. What did I do? It's a cave leading either up or down between caverns. While you are sleeping, I'm going to take the opportunity to put your musical instrument onto here. I realize this pauses and this is kind of cheating. Can I unpause while I'm in here? No. Okay. Because this menu pauses, I will only do this once. But, done. Well, Cog didn't find that pit. Somebody else did. Just means it's more that I have to unfuck up. Blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom. At least you're blissful about your bedroom. Lots of gems. Still haven't found any of that supposed gold, though. You will give Cog credit. I mean, all right. I will accept it. Yeah, no gold ore. It's just that one vein of tetrahedrite we've found. So where is this cavern? Well, no, the hole. Oh. That may actually be worth investigating. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. Do a little dig-a-thon. Doing a little bit of prospecting, if you will. Because if this happens to be lava, it would be good to know about it. Which also means I need to add it into this. And that. All right, so they should dig over to there. Screw it. We'll just dig right through it. No, I would like to know. specifically when it's done. Yeah, I have Cavern Dwellers enabled. I do nerf the crap out of them, though. There's a bunch of rodent men in the map currently. Transplanter Sage. What kind of dwarf would you like? Any character is fine? Any crafter is fine. I'll search by happy and give you crafter. Up at the top, I'm lacking in crafters. Glassmaker it is then. Whoops. Game wasn't supposed to unpause. I think I spelled that right. Attic Tattoo is your last name? He is bashful and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is given to flights of fancy and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He rarely feels discouraged and is very humble. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has a greedy streak, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. And personally, thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. He values family and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes nickel, red diamond, green glass, warthog hoof, and the color moss green. Shields, thrones, and reindeer for their large herds, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. In the words of the Book of Reticence, and when possible prefers to consume cassava beer and strawberry seeds, and absolutely hates snails. Well, you're in a good place for strawberry seeds. You got several friends in the fortress. You're a member of the Pristine Creed, and you worship Kash-Ad, which, if I recall correctly, is the god of minerals and jewels, but I could be wrong. And yeah, you incompetently perform their rites pretty consistently. And yeah, you seem like a pretty happy dwarf too. I mean, you got a lot of good memories. Lots of wonder, blissfulness. Check, can I get a round of beers for the new dwarf? How exactly should you set up burrows? Exactly the way you need them. You select the areas that you want, and then if you want them to be able to leave the burrow to be able to collect items, you can leave this ticked, which I have. And then if you don't want them to be able to do that, you click that. And then this is enabling it or disabling it. It's very simple. And then select the doors that you want to be in it. It's pretty straightforward. All right. Actually, I need to check mayor. We do not yet have mayor. But we are in need of more house. I'm going to make a couple extra stone workers. And I'm just going to queue up rock blocks as an actual order. And oh, we still have soldiers here. I'm also going to get this squad training again. And then let's follow Cog. Actually, one thing I would like to check. Yeah, I set it to 50, that's fine. 50, but I will repeat it. So I'm presuming that all of the knowledge that this dwarf really has about the caverns so far is just being gleaned from the people down in the basement that are doing the mining. Like insanely fast, yeah, I think we all do. 200 rock blocks, 50 will go poof in one project. I'm going to set up conditions on it in a minute. I don't want them doing it 24/7. I'm going to set it so that if we go below 50 blocks, they will make 50 boulders into blocks, and I'm also going to set it so that they repeat it once a month or check it once a month. I just don't want them doing that all the time because it is a lot of hauling jobs. So I will put limits on it, but one thing at a time. I love the detail that grass gets trampled and turns into sand with time. Fucking love that detail. I think the traders are leaving through the caverns. Yeah, they are, I think. Yeah. Also, this dwarf, Granite Lock, who's one of the soldiers that's here, her husband is here. Who's Etur the Metal Crafter. Also, I'll be able to check this when this is done, but I think hold on a second. You're not part of my fort. And you're not part of my fort. But your kid is. What? Sorry, my brain is malfunctioning. What? I have some questions. Because the merchants have left now. Who are your parents, kids? Did you...
NANI?
No, you are a member of my fort, but why do you have armor on? Did you become a member of my faction because you had kids while you were here? But you're... What? Because this was one of the soldiers. They're not in my military. I don't have steel gear. I haven't bought steel gear. Can somebody clip this? Did the husband leave? Okay, so the husband is also here. That is fucking wild. Question is, can they start a squad? Because they're both military dwarves. Yeah, they can. Welcome to America. Yeah, like... Huh. I mean, are you guys even good in the military? Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, is not moved by art or natural beauty, and is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. Well, okay, so Dad doesn't care. How about you? Yeah, former fortress guard. I'm just gonna send a screenshot of this to Putnam. Did you know that if guard of a trade caravan has a kid, then they become a citizen. That's... Never fails to seek out excitement or even stressful or even dangerous situations, has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution. Well, she's good in the military. Dad's not. So, I think these two should get names. But we gotta think of something. What's even better is their daughter, their eldest daughter, the Sacred Crypt, I'm pretty sure died in one of my previous forts. Like, I'm pretty sure did. Green card. I wonder if they brought weapons. Although, actually, it's probably going to tell me what's... It's definitely not these blowguns. Yeah. Traditional Scrench, hello. Are you normal? That's good to know. Hello, Raiders. Sup? What were you guys up to, if I can ask? But thank you very much for the raid. What is up? I don't know how much you guys know about Dwarf Fort, but I'm flabbergasted at something that just happened. I had a trade caravan show up from my home faction, and two of the guards had a baby while they were trading, which made them immediately become my citizens. And I've never seen this happen before. And so thus they have gear, and then their other kids just showed up? I guess they have a map. I've played this game for tens of thousands of hours, and I've never seen that happen before. So anyway, hi, what were you guys playing, if I can ask? You ranked U.S. team sports mascots. That sounds like content. Thank you much for the raid, though. I'm, like I said, just completely flabbergasted at what just happened.
Thinking about getting back into DF.
It's never been a better time. Just don't burn yourself out again, yeah? But yeah, my God. We were watching YouTube slop. Got it. It's better with friends, right? What's even better is I killed her daughter before in a previous fort, I presume. That or I murdered her daughter as like an adventurer, also possible. Former member of the Lustful Creed. Where are you now? Arms wide open indeed. But yeah, no, they just have like marked gear of the Dwarven Civ. Like you can't make these unless you specifically queue them up, which I don't. So I'm just like, Anchor baby. Anchor man. Wait, is it a boy? Yes, it's a boy. Well, we could name the kid Anchor. I can spell anchor. That's just one of the weirdest. We literally are in a cave lair right now. It happens. But geez, yeah, I don't know. I'm just, it's very rare that this game leaves me at a loss for words, but that did. Huh. When the ads end, I'll explain what we're doing with this playthrough. You weren't looking very closely? Yeah, that's fair. It is kind of blue everywhere. Most of the fort is just below a terrifying haunted ocean. And so I'm making a boat fort underground. So we can sail through the sea of stone in the great depths of the world. Yeah. That's what we're doing. But most of the map is this. It's an evil ocean that has these weird clouds that make things angry and sick every now and again. And the surface over here is untamed wilds, which means giant animals that will try to kill us if I let them. There's some of it. Pile of eerie ash. The ocean has been kind of boring. Apparently there's a bunch of camels I need to eat, which is good. Lunchtime. And we're playing with some silly restrictions for this fort. I can only pause the game on the 5s and 10s in the calendar. And it might be my sandwich time pretty soon too, actually. I can only unpause the game on the 5s and 10s on the calendar. And whenever the game is unpaused, there's only one dwarf I can follow. And I have to follow that one dwarf until we hit the 5 or 10 and I pause. Sure, but I would need some very elaborate contraptions to trap them. So that's what we're doing. The dwarf that we were following, his name is Cog. He's currently the broker and bartender of the fort. Bit of a musician and is making rock blocks currently. I will probably remove him from that task, though, so he goes and does interesting things and stops being all boring. So, yeah. Skipper is the expedition founder. But yeah, I don't know what to name Mom and Dad. I mean, the baby's Anchor Baby, but I need to come up with something for the mom and dad of that couple. Also, thank you very much for that resub, by the way, Sam, because that was first resub in 3 hours. Big thank you for that. No, that's fine. We started in a boat. I built a boat, you know? And I can't move the character or the camera off of this character until we hit the 10th, because whenever the game is unpaused, by the rules of this embark that we've set for ourselves, that we made up, I can only pause the game on the 5s and 10s, and when the game is unpaused, I have to follow this one dwarf. And if this dwarf dies, fort's over. So these two are trying to construct a building, and they're stuck. Speaking of, I can't pause until the 10th. So I certainly fucking hope everybody's underground right now. The were-hyena, Thoughtful Asamursel, has come. A large hyena twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and yes, I agree. And its eyes glow violet. Its sepia hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. So this lever, I think, is connected to the front door. Yes. I don't know where it is. It's clearly fighting with stuff. Lever's been pulled, though. I can pause. Where is it? Okay, well, it appears that Logum has been bit. And Morel hasn't been bit yet, but likely will be. And I managed to close the gate. And I think somebody died in the gate because I had 59 population. So unless there's a body up here I haven't seen yet. I mean, there's a dead sheep. Unless there's a dead body up here I haven't spotted yet. We've already lost a dwarf. So this is the one that we'll need to check. Yeah, I think I atomized somebody. Like I said, I don't know who. We have a mayor now who's Zuglar. It's probably somebody from the military, right? No, it wasn't anybody in the military. Skipper's still alive. Well, all we can do is wait until the fighting is over. Unless you guys want to stare at the hyena a little bit. Let's see if we can figure out what type of creature it is before it runs off. Well, it's okay. So it stole a glove and it's currently whacking this child with the glove. Whose glove was it? Yes, you are missing a glove. So it stole the child's glove and it's just smacking the child with the glove. The child actually got some hits in too. Damn. Was it a noble? I'll check. Was grabbed by the head, punch, twists, missed. Okay, it bit it. Doesn't look like he's a noble. Former member of the Basic Band, and a former member of the Embraced Union, so it's human, I think. No, it's not a noble. It is a competent fighter, though. And it's killed a lot of things. Nothing that I've encountered before. Seems to have been at this for quite a while. I mean, its first kill was Kara's side crater. Maybe put a crater in her side. But in 293, so it's, you know, we're in 386 now, right? So it's been a while. They killed a wild boar and a ram. So yeah, I know I definitely crushed somebody in my drawbridge. I'm just gonna queue up. Rock. It's coffins. I can never remember if they're coffins or sarcophaguses. And slabs. Let's do that. But I can't unpause the game here, so I'll have to go back to COG. So on the 11th, we can check back up there. But the fighting should be done. It hasn't told me that the child was found dead, though. But I won't be able to check until the 15th. Sarcophaguses? Sarcophagus. And I generally sarcophagus wrong. Yeah, that's kind of the fucked up thing right now is the child hasn't appeared dead. Someone got infected? Probably. Well, the child did. So if there's a very injured child, they're infected. Which fortunately means it'll be very easy to fix that. I just need to make a 1-tile wide room and just lock them in there. Okay, we're up to the 14th. Okay, let's see, where'd the fighting end? All right, so we got 2 dwarves that are seriously injured up here. The question is, do I just leave the door open? Okay, yeah, 2 dwarves got infected. 'Twas these 2. Oh. You're the only dwarf in the family. Where is the beast? No longer on the map. It's been 4 days since the moon stopped being full, so... Oh, nope, never mind. In our cage. Found him. Found the bastard. They get a separate base or banished? Probably just banished. Well, maybe not banished, but... Okay, so I'm gonna throw something out there that would be really mean. What if I just banish them into the caves? Also, what are you doing, Dwarf? Oh. There's a bunch of Drothlas in the basement. Well, that's good. Okay, well, this area getting done slowly. Problem is it'd be very easy for them to just climb in. So what I can do is I already got migrants this season. I can leave the upstairs locked and not unlock it. When they become were creatures again and then go back to being normal, that will... when they become were creatures and then go back to being normal, that will heal them. So they shouldn't die because they're just both seriously injured. They will fight with each other, though. So one of them may just come out on top with the other one dead. Which... problem? I don't know. Is that problem? Worst things that could happen. Assign them to opposite sides of the caves. It's not that easy, necessarily, because then I'd have to separate the caves. Which, for clarity, I don't really want to do, if I can avoid it. Yeah, so I think that's probably what we'll do. And then... yeah, the only real major problem I see here is it would be very easy for it to just climb back in. So I'd have to leave them outside for a kind of a while, but it would be like Project Numero Uno for a bit. So if that seems like an intriguing project to you guys, we could just try and do that. Try and pull that off, but it would be rather lofty. Because I would need to get all of these up to the roof, basically. Also need to get this chopped. Yeah. Let's just make sure that's in the burrow. Yes, it is. Here's the thing. We don't have time to just make it part of a larger project. It either becomes the project or we don't do it, basically, because... I would need to have this thing done and fully functional within like 2 months. Otherwise, we're going to get migrants. And then I have to open the doors anyway. So this isn't something that we can take our sweet time with. This is something that has to just be done. As much as I would like to, I literally don't think I can. And then these are the rodent people over here. Okay. Let's follow Cog. Poor rodent people? Literally the whole purpose of this is to get rid of the rodent people. So chat, all in favor, round of beer. All indifferent. I don't know. Say nothing, like you are right now. Imagine the rats getting the werebeast curse. I feel like it could be fun. Cause an apocalypse. You know. Good times. Uh-oh. Well, it seems like the child just solved the problem for... oh, never mind. We know who we crushed. Awkward. Sorry, parents. Yeah. I'm standing in the wrong spot, wrong time, I guess? It's unfortunate, but like... Can't win them all? Oh, hey, we found the underground area. I can go check that when we hit the 20th. Or we found an underground passage. I'm not actually sure how or where it is. I can close this. Leave that up. On the 20th, I can go check. There's also Drothlas everywhere, so I'm going to have to put traps somewhere. Let's say engrave, right? And your name was Avuz. Yes, that one. Let's also go all the way down to here. Because turns out there'd be a bunch of them. Sup, Screamer? Also, fortunately, opening this door up is just making them leave. And I'm gonna go to tasks. Do not do that. Oh, crap. Okay, well, I can... I didn't want to do it that way, but okay. Don't automatically collect web space. I don't need you running out into the caverns and dying. On the bright side, we got plenty of booze now. I mean, this could have been like 1,000 times worse. So there is that. I never finished making my well. Crap. All right. So, 2 things, chat. Thing number 1, I need to pee. Thing number 2, I'm hungry. And I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours. I'm gonna let you guys follow Cog. If anything bad starts to happen, yell at him really loudly so he runs to safety. I will be back in like, I don't know, under 2 minutes. All right? Can you guys keep an eye on him for me? Good luck.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Sandwich! Cheese! For everyone!
No! No! No!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Bring out your dead!
You fucking donkey!
primeval's up, you
Also, now that I'm back, the gears are definitely turning in my head of how I can make this into another terrifying video. The gears are already turning, so I'm already thinking of bits and funny things I could say and stuff. So, good news. Should be fun. I'm kind of amazed I got a raid that big, though. It doesn't happen here very often. Especially from people I don't know, which is always exciting. So thanks to anybody who's sticking around from the raid. I'm gonna grab my sandwich and eat it. Cheese, chicken, cucumber, tomato. Mustard, lettuce. My sandwich.
Sandwich!
Sourdough bread.
Cheese for everyone!
My mom blinks at me funny when I tell her the times of day I eat. She gives me this really funny look. It's like, yeah, I eat at about 7 in the morning usually. Generally about, you know, it's like around roughly like 3 to 4 p.m., maybe 5 for lunch. Oh, hey, it's dance time. Half of the dwarves fell asleep after dancing. Also, they were playing the instrument. The one that the dwarf is sleeping on over there in the gray clothes right by the checkerboard pattern, he was playing it. I don't know about that. Havoc, but maybe. Well, I think we know who the victor was. Oh, the human did as well. Okay. Phew. So, while the dwarves are partying, a child bleeds out on the surface. I hope that's the child that was on the surface. I'm presuming that was the child that was on the surface. Perfect. So, in my opinion... Oh, shit. Wrong button. I did it too early. We're almost at the 10th anyway. The good news is... the first time we got attacked by something, I squished somebody with a drawbridge. Which is funny, because that's something like, if you watch this stream a lot, that doesn't happen. I don't do that. Like, I'm very good at not letting that stuff happen. Right? But because I can't see what the fuck's happening, all I can do is cross my fingers and hope. Really. Like, that's it. So... bridge is scary, man. Yeah, no, I mean, fortunately, the child may be in pieces, but this dwarf right here is the were creature, right? So because they're on the surface, We don't have to worry too much right now. Everything's good. I for some reason, I don't think that's true. If everyone is aware creatures are technically a problem anymore. Yes. Because 1, they kill each other. 2, they destroy buildings, topple workshops, and break shit. So, if you only have one dwarf in the fort and they're a were creature, sure, that's technically not a problem. But because they kill each other, like they're not on the same side, yes, it's very much a problem. This time you're gonna make it big. Got it. Let me know when you have your billions. So, what I need to do... Well, at the very least, we dug this out. I have a well now that sort of functions. Once this is... Once the walls in the basement are finished being set up, we're going to, quite literally, burrow that dwarf into the caverns and lock the door. That's what we're going to do. It's called a tantrum spiral. Fortunately, those don't happen super frequently anymore. But in order to do that, I need these upper areas to be locked. And the way I'm going to do this... Oh, right. I need to put a wall piece there. Figured out where the drothlas are coming in. Blocked at this location by what? This maybe? Fine. Needs 8 blocks. This needs how many blocks? Also 8. So I'm going to have to completely seal off the caverns and double check, make sure that they're sealed before I can release them into the caverns. And give them a new life to live, you know? A surprise with every... Oh, is that the clip that I requested with the fortress guards? If so, thank you. You're a trooper, Elfie.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Sup, hobo. Thank you much for tuning in. Hope you're doing well, man. Oh, I did speak with a certain mutual friend of ours about Montreal. We should look into booking that after the next trip that we're going on. I don't know why I'm trying to be vague today, but apparently I am. You know what? Fuck this. Twink. All the way along here. Let's do that instead. At least I hope it was that child. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I mean, so 2 things have happened that are shocking. Well, first we got attacked by a were creature and 3 people died. One of them was my fault. They got crushed in a drawbridge, which was the child. The second thing that happened was this. This dwarf and his wife Kib had a baby while they were here, which is Normal, right? Normal thing that happens. But the baby that they had made them become citizens of my fort because they were guards of the caravan. The two of them, they had a baby. And that made them both, and then there were 3 other kids who weren't here, arrive as migrants. I'm complete. Are they still doing the Whopper commercials? Are they? I haven't seen an ad on Twitch in years because I have Twitch Turbo. But like, yeah. Anyway, so I'm completely just flabbergasted by this whole thing. Completely flabbergasted. Like absolutely gone. Like brain's flat. I'm shook. Just got an ad for once? Well, there you go. Freaking McDonald's and Burger King ads. Sorry. It was trolley ads that annoyed me enough that I went and got Twitch Turbo. Are they aggressive? They're sort of like underground cows. They're Drothlas. They're not what I would describe as directly aggressive. Like, they're not dangerous. But they're not small, so if you piss them off, they could do some damage. How did you manage to get controlled water and mud in a cavern? Buckets? Dig 1 layer above, tell them to dump water there? Mud? Boom. Easy peasy. Okay, so we're now heading back upstairs. Dwarf really likes their bedroom now. That's good. It's like his happiest thought right now is his great bedroom. Without getting Chinese game ads that are thirst traps. I mean, back in the day, it was just Evany that did that, so I'm glad China finally caught up. Actually, I don't know where Evany's from. It might be a Chinese game originally. I know it was just a browser game, but I don't know where that game was originally made. Would you like to play, my lord? It's burned into my memory for all eternity. Just going to give them a bit to finish up building. And none of the gameplay even remotely represents the games that they're advertising, right? Yeah, that sounds like mobile games. It's okay. No, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. You want to try flooding stuff? Then flood stuff. Flooding stuff is the easy part. It's draining it that's a challenge. I also need to work on more bedrooms. And probably meals? I probably need to... Yeah, I'm seeing enough dwarves eating not prepared meals that I should queue up more meals. Let's bump that up to 30. And let's say block. I got distracted by the whole were creature thing, but rock blocks, let's just say 50. When rock blocks available is less than 50, that'll be 200 blocks, and we'll do that monthly. Okay. Skipper's still pretty happy. How much charcoal do I have? 9. So there's 2 things I really need to do right now. I need housing. And I need a forge. I'm really, really tempted to just dig this whole area out and construct housing, but that would be significantly more time consuming. So my question to you, Chad, is do I do the really, really time consuming thing that looks cool in the long run? Or do I do the smart, logical thing that I should do? This is my question to you, Chad. I don't even know why I asked. Of course I knew the answer to that. Although I am going to leave some natural-looking rock formations in as pillars. Okay. I don't think there's much more I can do, but I can pause again on the 5th, so... we'll see what Cog is up to. Why would you be sorry that you talk so much? It's literally like the point of a chat. It's nice to have people talking in the YouTube chat. It makes me look at it more often. All right, so now we wait until the 5th rolls around. Just a lot of gems. No more metals. Oh, crap. I got a donkey. I got a pasture who's currently... I guess I'll put you in the caves. Remember to check if you plugged the caverns. I'm working on it actively. I'm probably going to have to wait for the next full moon to pass by anyway. And just hope we don't get migrants. Okay. I do also like that we kind of did accidental dwarven science today. Just... It's like now, did you know? Okay, we also have animals that we can eat. Drothala. Nope, that's a meeting zone, not a pen pasture. That's what I need. Holy crap! The big, not elephants, but big animals.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut.
All right, so just checking. We do have 2 cats in the fortress. Fortunately, they're both female. If I end up with more, they must be eaten. Or have their snips snipped. Let's actually just go here. Cage. Train. And train. So I need 7 blocks. Do those. This. These. Can't do anything there. Actually, could totally just do this. That's not the piece I wanted though. Let's get rid of these. Do this, and do this. And then I'm going to need a row of these. Along here. This isn't even as high as I need to go. I need to go higher. I need to go higher! God damn it. Let's also go all the way across to here. And then run straight through that. And we'll finish off the last of that up there. This up here needs to go here. And needs to go higher. So I will say you right here. Let's go down a layer. And then dig out these, and then we'll run along both sides of this. And then you along here can run along all of this. And then it'll just be this row along here for that chunk. This needs to get sealed off, but fortunately it only needs a singular tile. This along here isn't ready to go yet. Neither is that. Neither is that. Here, this all is a clusterfuck, but can be sorted relatively quickly. So I'll just dig through this, and then that, and then that, and then we'll just build flooring in, well, not that last one, but we'll just build flooring in here and it'll be okay. Ponce, thanks so much for the raid. If I have any mods, Elfie, could I get a shout for Ponce, please? Ponce plays a variety of competitive multiplayer video games on the internet. If that sounds exciting to you, you should go check out Ponce. Do you play the Valve thing? I realize that's descriptive, but did you play the Valve thing? I genuinely forgot the name of it. Deadlock. Tried it? How is it? Good? Bad? Meh? Bleh? I'm always curious to know your thoughts and opinions on games like that, because you generally have more nuanced takes than a lot of people. By that I mean more complicated than game fun. I play with friends. It good. I'll give it another go soon. Okay. Good to know. It does look very Smite-ish, which would make it not my favorite, so. All right, let's just go along here, and here, and here. And not enough Super Monday Night Combat. Very Smite, not very Super Monday Night. You're sure it's better? What, than your initial impressions? Okay, actually, let's just go along the base here. Screw the water. I don't need access to it. I'm setting things up in a way right now so that we can release a were creature into the caves. 2 of them, in fact. 1 at a time. Although, actually, one of them will just leave the map, so I can't really do that. All right. So that should be good there. And I'm actually just going to do some things real quick to make this thupa safe. Just so that dwarves don't get themselves stuck. Or are less likely to get themselves stuck, I guess. I'm not going to guarantee anything. These are still dwarves we're talking about. All right. And this area should all be good. Why did I block this off then? Tisk. So this area is that upper thing. That. Then this. And that should be everything. Speaking of things, this down here is going to get smoothed and fortified. All right. Let's follow Cog. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat at all, chats. Can you milk them? Can you milk Drothlas? I don't know. I know you can shear Drothlas. They're like Kind of like yaks. Sam, sorry, I'm going to have to wait until the 5th. Do you have any approximate kind of dwarf that you would like? Oh shit, I need to build that slab. We'll get there. Why does my cavern have this flooring mean? Why is it blue? Because it's the middle cavern. The middle cavern has blue moss. If you are asking, why am I building flooring? It's so that I have a protected, defendable area in the cavern so that I can release a were creature who's currently standing on the surface into the caverns and say Lamau as it goes and kills all of the cavern invaders. Someone with a beard, preferably a metalworker. So I don't have any functional metalworking industry yet, but we'll have that soon. TM. But I could give you somebody with a beard at the very least. Ah, shit. I should have clicked that bridge. Do they become a hyena or a were-rat? They would definitely become a hyena. Any intelligent, like, bipedal creature can become a were creature. And they become the one that they get bit by. Is how that infection works. Dwarf wants to eat a good meal. Hopefully we can clear that soon. There you go. It's progress. Now we're back to those two becoming were people. Up to the 5th would be the next one. That I can pause. Let's find somebody for Sem here. How about this dwarf? Ustuth the Armorer. Currently the unemployed armorer. Well, although I will say, if they get killed by a were creature and they disappear, they'll become were rat go. Actually, more were rodent go, but, you know. Sam Tex a gun. He is confident under press. You post a sandwich pic? What kind of sandwich pic? He is confident under pressure and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this because he values artwork in its creation. He is often cheerful and he tends to avoid artwork in its creation. He tends to avoid physical confrontation and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He likes a little excitement now and then, and generally has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He laughs very loudly when he's surprised, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And personally is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation and disregards tradition, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. And dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes tetrahedrite nickel and red spinel, larch wood and shields, bags, scepters, and the words of the adorable satin and the sight of the festive blossom, and when possible prefers to consume giant tapir cheese and celery and peach cider and mountain rambuchins, and absolutely hates jumping spiders, even though they wear water for hats. You remember the doctrine of fortresses, which is the god of victory, war, and fortresses, and you are fond when speaking with an acquaintance. And your first bad memory here was being grouchy after being caught in the rain. Your first good memory was seeing a fine door. So, there you go. And I'm going to plop a slab right here. It's a damn shame, that. And I also need to figure out where to put a friggin' tomb. I'm thinking maybe in the base level of the boat? Like, I'm looking at the ship and going, I kind of want this to be the bottommost layer because I need one tomb, probably two at some point. But at the very least, one right now. I think this could look nice. What do you think, chat? You do, in fact, like the Doors. That one song they wrote that one time was great. Okay, and then we could do a hospital up here at some point. And now let's jump back down to the caverns. Got more things that we can construct. So this is going to go all the way out to there. It's going to need a few more blocks. This first one here is done, so I can do this. Thanks for saying thanks, Pine Tea. This one's done. These have been worked on for a bit, though. Queue up a lot of construction jobs. And soon, a bunch of deconstruction jobs. You know what? I'm going to cancel this. And set it to be slightly smaller. And I need 6, and we're just going to make it out of fungi wood. Because I think that this block is causing it problems. Just about everything up here is sealed with the exception of this. That's all sealed. So then it's just this, basically. And then this. Which shouldn't be too hard to do, so all I need to do is build 2 of these, and then build bridges, and then done. All right, getting there. Also, this along here just needs this. And this, and then I need those walls to get mined out. Which are gonna take a minute, even though they're highest priority, because I kind of screwed up and made it so these guys do all this. Although, I could do this to speed this process up. All right. Okay. Pine Tea, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the brand new subscriber? And I have, I think, dust or dandruff on my glasses, and it's driving me nuts. Davy Jones locker or something like that, yes. All right, so let's go back to following Cog. Finally gets to go eat a good meal, hopefully. And decides to grab prepared camel brain. Come on, you can do better than that. Sheesh, man. That wasn't a good meal. It was raw brain. Of all of the things you could have chosen to eat, you chose to eat raw brains. Like, come on there, my guy. Where's the werebeast? Outside. There's 2 of them. And do not ask any questions about the child that I crushed. And also the section of cavern that collapsed, apparently. I don't think anybody else died. Eh. I don't actually have a way of checking. Till we hit the 10th. For all I know, there's a body somewhere. What exactly? But, Vukruk, I don't know if you were here for it, but literally what happened, the literal second we had a werebeast appear, we were fortunately right beside the lever, pulled the lever to lock the door, and then somebody died, and it's like, uh-oh. And then a couple minutes later, child has been missing for a week. Well then. How? Oh, duh. Well, I should have known that would happen. I'm stupid. Doesn't matter how much of the game you play, sometimes you make stupid mistakes. Oh, I see. These ones are fine because they're sticking to the ceiling. It's the middle one that's the problem. So it's time to make a hospital. Like right now. Bone Dolphin really wanted to be a doctor, so we'll let Bone Dolphin have it, and I will remove you from the military. I need to make a hospital, so what I'm going to do is go down to here. Oh, look! My soap's getting used finally. That's good. And I'm going to put a chest in here. Two beds. I don't have any tables. And I'll just make this into a hospital for right now. The Gloved House. That checks out. That seems like a good hospital name. I'm not going to make Reg into the doctor. I think make Telenartho into the doctor. The Diagnoser can be Reg because that's their forte. I'd say Morel could be the surgeon, but they're also the were creature, so that won't do. And then Thob the Ranger can be the bone doctor. All right. I mean, they were supporting stuff with nothing, Xylem. Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons why this has been fun so far. Like, only really being aware of one dwarf in the fort has been an interesting experience so far. It's like, well, stuff's happening. It's like, it kind of gives you like an experience of what other dwarves must feel like most of the time. Oh my god. You know, because we're just like up in the colony and something collapsed. That seems bad kind of feeling. Ad break. Humans caused a depression outbreak? Oh, in your fortress. I was going to say, in my fortress. What? Like, were the humans all depressed? Because if the humans all got depressed, then it's probably because they're visitors. And if they're visitors and they're depressed, it's probably because they don't have anywhere to sleep. And also their clothes are probably rotting off their body. Also, Hobo, if you're still here, looks like I have a lot to catch up on that... Looks like I have a lot to catch up on in the chat room. What in the world are we doing? That is... A really good question. Chat, what in the world are we doing? Let's help out Tygo here a little bit. The simple version is I'm only allowed to see the perspective of one dwarf except for when the game is paused. And I'm only allowed to pause the game on the 5s and 0s of every month. So this dwarf is just doodling around doing his thing in the fortress until the 5s and 0s, at which point then I can pause and catch up, which is great until somebody dies or something caves in or a were creature shows up or a forgotten beast appears or I don't know, I forget to lock a door, you know? It's a good time, I think. So basically, I'm blissfully unaware of everything that's happening in my fort, except for specific days where I can pause the game and go check in, essentially. Actually, no, I can unforbid that because it'll be supported by the wall behind it. How many eons does mining a damp wall like this take? Take like this? How many eons does... Wait, what? What damp wall am I mining? Or how long are we doing this for? 10 years. I mean, that's not a damp wall. That's just simply a, like... something that's paused. This is the planning option, which I never use. So no, that won't take years. I just need to reactivate it. It's just deactivated right now because, well, there's no reason to have it active. But 10 years is how long we are running this challenge thing for. Unforbid those duck eggs because those eggs are not fertile. So yeah, this isn't a damp wall. It's just a paused job. To get Cog as a migrant in the next fort. That would be pretty funny. It's like either that or I'll just show up and kill him with an adventure. Maybe it depends on whether or not he's a good person or a bad person by the end of it. I mean, right now, the way I'm kind of imagining Cog is he's just kind of like a bumbling dwarf who's just like, you know, being a brewer, like working as a broker, while like the mayor is just kind of evil. Or that, like the mayor and the management of the fort are just kind of evil and like doing horrible things behind the scenes. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And we're just like blissfully unaware of it all. But we all know. Because I'm also doing it. Because I'm a puppet master or something. The Great Aquifer Project? It didn't take years, though. It took about a year. Because we didn't start digging it until the very end of yesterday. It took about a year in-game, I think, to get through the Light Aquifer. But it was pretty deep. The process of actually getting through the Aquifer. Which wasn't so bad. It only filled up completely twice. And then there was that one time I accidentally deleted the stairwell. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. That was a bad time. We only talk about the good times. Okay, so while that's done, this can be deconstructed. This is now one layer higher. That's getting done. So this can get deconstructed. This can... Actually, no, sorry. This one has to get deconstructed first. I like the very slight pink color that granite has. We don't talk about that? We don't. Do not talk about the one dwarf I accidentally crushed with the drawbridge. Okay, that's just rude. Because if anybody asks, I didn't do it, it wasn't my fault. Okay? The dwarves did it. It's kind of like, I didn't do it, then who did do it? My imaginary friend. Sorry. Like, you're still going to prison there, mate. But I didn't do it. DF player is more of a puppet amateur than a puppet master? Well, I think it depends on... currently, we're definitely, like, just a puppet that's tied in a knot, but... I like to think I'm more of a... I'm pretty much a puppet master when managing my dwarves. I think I'm pretty good at this. Played this game once or twice. Got a couple hours. I think I know the basics at this point. Okay. I think I can unpause. Let's go to Cog. Cog, I'm disappointed in your meal selections, though. You don't see any sarcophaguses? Well, that's because they're still outside. And also, this is very clearly a memorial to a child that went missing mysteriously when I pulled the lever to open the, or close the front door. Very mysterious disappearance right here. To Avuz. The slab reads, in memory of Avuz, born in 301, went missing in the year 386. 381 went missing in 386. United with Yellow Jasper. Total coincidence. Yeah, no, just... We also haven't opened the drawbridge yet. So if there's any, like sticky residue smeared in the gears, like, we haven't checked, so... Without a trace. Yeah, went missing. Just vanished completely. Have I died yet? What kind of question is that? How would I be streaming if I was dead? And to actually answer that question, every minute of every fucking day. Especially when it's more than 30 degrees outside and I'm sweating through everything that is able to sweat. May yet return? Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry, what did you just go claim there, Dwarf? Okay, so I've got a strange mood here. Who is a talented armorsmith. Okay. If you insist. Okay, right here, this is just going to get fortified. Okay, right here, we're just going to get a real quickie, one of these. And one of these. Yeah, I use bridges like exclusively as scaffolding for anybody who doesn't know. This dwarf has big hair. I like these big hair dwarfs. Oh no! This big hair dwarf is the dwarf whose child, well, is dead. And his child died as a were-hyena, too. Good lord, you have a big family. What am I missing? See, it's right here. Well, I mean... as well as just, like, some of our pets. How many dwarves are still in hospital? Just looking to see if anybody's actually doing doctor jobs. Anybody here out here playing doctor? Actually, they may all just need traction benches. Need stitches. Bet you I have no thread. Well, I should go up to here and re-enable web collection don't automatic weave thread. Let's make sure door is locked. Let's go over here and just go. Right, okay. That would explain why. Okay, so let's go back to COG. I don't have any human citizens in this fort. 0. We have 1 human criminal who killed a child and infected another dwarf. But I don't have a single human citizen in this fort. Unless you're talking to somebody in chat. What child? A child that's dead named Davos. They went missing. Well, no. Actually, Logam, the one whose skeleton is up on the surface. Davos is just gone missing. Kaput. That's the one that we unexisted. But the one that died outside and was killed by a were creature who was infected by the were creature that attacked us, who was a human. But yeah, there are no humans in this fort. That was the thing that I was digging into. So we'll have to go take a look. Because it looks like there is a lava spout down underground. And I'm going to need to check in on Semtexagon in a minute. Oh, looks like they just claimed it. Yep, Semtexagon has claimed the Metalsmith's Forge. Trying to click on that dwarf as they run that way. Because I can't see! I need you to go north, dude. Is that Sem? Yes. Trying to click it. Just. Nope, okay. Well, he is running around, so that's a good sign. Okay, he's begun his mysterious construction. Excellent, he has everything he needed. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, Dwarf, you want to run 2 floors down, please? Be very useful for me at this exact second. No? Okay. I'm going to need to put a lever in here somewhere. Last fort might be the command you're looking for. Cog wants to be right here regardless of where I need him to be. God, stupid fucking cats. Wait, no, it's not the 5th yet. Come on. I need the 5th. 5th, there we go. Sweet. All right, let's just make rock mechanisms and a traction bench. Rock mechanisms. 10. Traction bench. 1. No, not really. Making an obsidian farm is more just to say that you did it. Like, to me, making an obsidian farm is mostly just a bragging rights thing. 1, 2, okay, so I got 8 bars. How many of these dwarves need weapons? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make 7 iron swords. Well, actually, let's just make... Yeah. Just so that they have something to train with. We'll make 8. 8 iron short swords. We'll do that. Although, there is a weapon on the ground right now. Nope, okay. Let's toss Shem in there. Okay, what did you grab? Zinc bars. Okay. Rough cherry opals and shale as well as cherry opals. And he is an armorer. Talented. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? If you're looking for current fort, then the command you're looking for is goal. You know, this is a very talky-heavy chat. So I would just like to remind, just saying, hey, what's happening, probably will get you further than typing in commands that don't exist, generally. No, well, yeah, no, that would be a metal crafter. Metal crafter would make a bed, not an armor smith. So this is what we just discovered. Yo, that's pretty dope. Holy shit. This deep ass hole. You know, I could just make this into a pit pond and throw that human into there. I'm just saying. Like, Cheers, Yamaki. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. Glad you get entertainment out of the videos. Deep enough to splat? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, maybe? How dense is Gabbro? That might kill him. I'm not entirely sure. It's certainly possible it could kill him. I mean, I could also throw him out of, like, right here. So how about instead we throw him out of that? This is also known as black granite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, we'll drop him 23 layers. Well, I mean, the human will drop 23 layers. What's sad, though, is I'm not going to be able to watch it. Unless, like, I station my dwarf here somehow. That's the sad part. Okay, so let's see how things are doing up here. Perfect. Got a little bit distracted by that side project, but we're getting there. It is warm in here today. Grr. And it. Okay, this is all done up here. That's good. That's all done up there. Still working on this nonsense. Lower layer is done. This is done. This is done. Okay, we're almost there. They get assigned Splat Duty? Pretty much. Almost as exciting as the sequel Call of Splat Duty. Okay, we don't have enough available mechanisms on this yet, but this lever is going to get connected to my drawbridge at the front door. I'm just going to leave it up here so I remember. Oh, that's cool. Simtexicon, the armorer, has created it stint-thudded, a zinc shield, and offers it to the Ocean of Ashes. I'll have to look at that once this is done. And I can pause. Actually, I think I can... This is a zinc shield. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with zinc, and this object menaces with spikes of shale and cherry opal. And the item is an image of Dobar Anvil Begin. That's a good name. The dwarf and dwarves in cherry opal. Anvil Begin is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Anvil Begin to the position of Baron of the Work of Spray. 295, and it's worth 11,000 dwarf bucks. Does this pause the game? No. There we go. Nah, I don't do lists. Lists are for people with bad memory who don't smoke weed. I choose to just forget things. It's my own decision. Working on that. Also, there's only like 3 things I'm doing at a time, so it's not actually that many things. If you actually have such a poor memory that you can't remember a list of things that you needed to do 5 minutes earlier, then that's a you problem. Well, fuck that up. See, I have ADHD brain, but I also have meds for it, so... Thus, I have a solution. Actually, I wonder. Oh, this dwarf just wants to attend a meeting. I don't even blame you. Oh, man. They're friends with Cog Chat. Even wood offers the same protection as metal armor. So wooden shields are just as good as metal shields. Unless you're trying to use them as a whack weapon, then they're very not good. I was going to say, where is this dwarf in the screen? There you are. Yeah, so there's the artifact shield showing up. And I got Dominok here making weapons, although, are you the best weaponsmith that could be doing that? Nish is going to do this task. Because Nish is a very good weaponsmith. You wouldn't think that. No, you wouldn't. We're going to follow Cog as they make us blocks. Is that applicable to only shields? You shouldn't worry about the material type that you are using in Dwarf Fortress for just about any weapon, with the exception of the difference between heavy alloys and sharp alloys. Weapons matter, armor doesn't. Just use what you have, really. Unless you care a whole lot about durability, such as how long it will last, because weapons or armor takes damage with time. Okay, so I need to get this stuff inside. I don't know currently where the moon is at, nor do I know when the next one is. What is a heavy and sharp alloy? Heavier alloys are better for blunt force trauma weapons, such as bonk sticks and wacky poles. And sharp weapons are better for cutty things. Very simple. we're on the 15th. I need to refuse stockpile. I'm just gonna say this, chat. I fucking hate cats. I can just like be blissfully unaware of how many stupid, goddamn dead animals are in my forts until fucking cats show up and then they just ruin everything. I hate it. Fucking stupid ass cat. Any lead hammers or platinum hammers? Lead, platinum, gold. Although none of those are naturally manufactured with those weapon types. So you'd have to, what's the word? Get artifacts made out of those materials in order for them to work or be craftable. Otherwise, they're just not craftable. Now we just have to wait for that to be done. Or I could just actually make a stair right here. Just forget this. Let's follow Cog as we plant seeds. You mean uranium? Uranium isn't a material in Dwarf. Just cage them? I might cage those cats. Cage them and chuck them in a lava puddle. Or crush them with a drawbridge. Because it's just like, you know, this fortress was super nice and clean and shiny and there's no problems anywhere, and then suddenly there's just like fucking knuckle worms everywhere. It's like... I'm well aware that pitch blende is uranium ore IRL, but you cannot refine uranium ore in this video game. So it might as well not exist. Recite the anvil and the whips at the salty paddle. So yes, the ore for it exists, but refined uranium is not a thing that exists in this video game. I mean, if you want to cheat, then absolutely. You could totally just mod way stronger weapons in this game. But let me tell you this. I had a squad of dwarves using nothing but copper. Destroy an army of goblins using iron. Dwarves do not need the best materials for their weapons. They do not need the best materials for their armor. Is it nice? Sure. Can it help? Absolutely. Is it mandatory for success? Fuck no. Because dwarves are by far the strongest creatures in the goddamn video game already. So if you want to min-max everything, go ahead. But I prefer to just use what I got and what is available to me. And that's what makes this game exciting and interesting to me. Just having the best of the best all the time makes the game easier than it already is. And yes, this game is easy. Because once you get any considerable amount of time played in this game, you two will agree with me. It's got everything to do with the amount of training your soldiers has had and almost nothing to do with the material that they're using. What did the human do and who am I killing? The human is a were creature and the human bit my dwarf and turned my dwarf into a were creature. That's what the human did. If you were doing danger rooms in the last 2 years, you're doing more damage to your dwarves than good, regardless. Unless you're talking about just like, you know, using Rube Goldberg machines to kill stuff, in which case then, yes, very entertaining. Much agree. And let's also just plop a smelter down here. And I'm just going to put a little stockpile right here for tetrahedrite or metal ore. Yeah, it happened in 2012. No, 2014, because it was the version 34 jump. They made training non-lethal and training way faster. Basically making danger rooms a useless waste of time. Have you really been away that long? I don't know when you left. That's up to you, not me. I don't know. I'm not in charge of your gaming schedule. Maybe you have been gone that long. Welcome back. What's even better is I was watching a stream of this, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And it was somebody who'd never streamed the game before. And so I'm watching this person just be very new to the game, which is kind of entertaining if you haven't seen that in a while. And I'm watching. And there's a person in voice chat with them. And the person who's in voice chat with them is just like, hey, dude, you got to make that room smaller. And the guy goes, why? He says, because it'll cave in. He goes, what? He goes, yeah, no, after it's like 2 or 3 weeks in game or something, it becomes unstable and starts caving the ceiling in. And I just kind of rolled my eyes and went, all right, time to get out of the lurk mode. I was like, so that got removed from the game in 2007? And the guy who was like on mic with him was like, really? And then like went and looked it up and goes, oh my God. Well, I guess it has been a while since I've played. That was like before the game was 3D, which is 2007. Like, my God, Batman. Jesus Christ. No, he totally meant well, but I'm just like, it recompacts the problem with Dwarf Fortress, or the biggest problem that Dwarf Fortress has with Dwarf Fortress is the fact that it's Dwarf Fortress. It's like, it's this beautiful video game that's been around for 1 billion years. And because it's this beautiful video game that's been around for 1 billion years, you've got, and it's also a game that you'd gain uber nerd cred if you knew anything about it. So people would play the game enough to know, or to be able to say that they played it, just to get the nerd cred and to brag about it. Which I did too, okay? Like, that's a thing a lot of people do still to this day, I don't know. But you would get nerd cred for being good at Dwarf Fort. So if you're even remotely competent at this game, people would just be like, holy shit, you play that game? And those people, a lot of them never went back. So they played the game back then, and then just stopped. Yeah, NetHack is another good example of a game that you get nerd cred for playing. But like, and now people are, they're just giving people advice based on when they played the game, which is not exactly relevant. Back when Lamau 2 Cat was peak DF humor? Yeah! I mean, all those guys are 30 now. 40. Or, like, my age. Most of those people are, like, dads. They're parents. I guess I should also make some furnaces. Game's changed a little bit, I guess. All right, I'm gonna just quickly queue up a mayor's office. Those stoneworker shops are all gonna get moved. Let's do shale walls. It's gonna be mayor's office and bedroom. Mayor's house, shall we say. That'll do. Yeah, and then I'll put a roof on top of it. That'll look great. And then that'll free up a bedroom for somebody else. Okay. Let's follow Cog for a bit. And I'm assuming this is getting some more weapons equipped. Not a ton, but hey, it's better than nothing. It's like learning the game all over again. No, totally. It is. It's just, it's funny because like, just being the guy who's known for tutorials, I guess it's funny. Because I've even gotten comments of people being like, no, that's wrong. I'm like, well, you're responding to me with information from circa 20-something years ago. Do you realize that how old that makes you sound? It's like, I'm not trying to just be mean to you, but I realize this is really mean. Nish, you got... Oh, I see. That's the problem. So you're in the military. Got it! Let's chuck the competent armor user in there. Who cares what they think, he says? Who cares what they think? What, the boat murdered people? I mean, there was a person in my chat the other day who was saying that they were active in that thread while it was ongoing. I know some people who still post on something awful. So it's got to be around. As for where they are exactly right now, hopefully not saying bad things on the internet. Because who knows? With the internet from that era. I just missed the 25th. Oh well. Can get a good amount of stuff done. So we'll have to wait for this round of the full moon to end. This is going to be real scary, though, because I'm going to have to tell this dwarf to go out into the caverns and just fucking hope that they listen. I'm going to have to assign them to a burrow in the caverns and just hope that they listen. You were there when the Beetle Pets mod was in high gear? Yep. Yeah, I remember that. That was Scorch Fountain. I haven't watched Krug Smash stuff in a minute, but I think the reason I haven't watched Krug Smash's stuff in a minute is because I used to say this back in the day and people used to go question marks at me a little bit, but this will probably make sense to some of you. I know this game too well. When I was watching Krug Smash actively, it was because it was very novel. I still chuck him some dollars on Patreon because honestly, I think he deserves it. But like, I see through the matrix, I suppose. I can see where he's pulling the strings. And while it's still creative and interesting, it stops being as alluring. It stopped being at least as alluring for me. I do still watch his stuff. I just don't watch it while it's ongoing. So whenever he finishes a big series, I'll go and start watching it. And if the story is like jiving with me, then I'll watch through the whole thing. All right, so we started in summer 384. We're now in 387. So we are 3 of 10 years in. Not bad so far. Makes sense. It ruins the framing device. I mean, I was talking with my chat about this before Premium came out once. And we kind of came to the conclusion that the majority, and this was like back when game was ASCII, right? This was version 47. We came to the conclusion that people who are the most interested in Krug Smash's stuff don't play much Dwarf Fortress. Like they skim the surface and then watch him forever, basically. Or they never played. Which is totally fine. Like that's really cool. Like he represents like the casual YouTube audience to a degree. Although I wonder what Hoodie Hair's audience is, because Hoodie Hair is like quite a bit more mechanics based, but still pretty story focused. I don't know what my audience is, to be honest. It feels weird to say that we're like the people who know how to play the game. That seems like I'm being derogatory to other people, which I'm not trying to be. Still need to do a roof on this, but let's also put some fortifications into here. So this will be an office and a dining room. Do have to make some chairs, though. Actually, you know what? I'll make some wooden chairs, because they look cool. Let's just go dining hall. Oh, no. Let's go office. Office. Mayor. Dining hall. Mayor. Jump to the mayor. Jump to the bedroom. Nope. Jump to the mayor. Jump. Why do I always presume that the bedroom is the one on the top of the list? It's not on the top of the list, Greg. It's in the middle. There you go. And this can go to literally anybody else. Bombwreck, you can have that. You and your wife can have that. And also, you guys need a chest. All of these bedrooms need chests. Holy shit. I mean, we haven't even traded with elves yet, but if we did, I'd be very excited to trade for their large animals. And actually, to be honest, I would just buy logs from them. Because, well, actually, wood's easier to come by now. Let's drop back down here and double check where are we at. I think this can all come apart now, pretty much. Also, do me a huge favor. Please don't just make this into a talk shit about elves stream. That shit's just weird. I get it. It's a stereotype. It's a stereotype that makes chats unpleasant and makes people unpleasant. Is this the sole reason you don't take them off on purpose? For me, it's the giant animals because they're like good food to, like, and meal opportunities, but also can be quite fun for war. Like, there's nothing better than just being like, oh, look, I have giant grizzly bears now. Get fucked, goblins. Okay, well, guess I can't do that. I'll just dig through this. Let's do it that way. Actually, let's do this. I think I can do this. Yes. All right, that should do her. And then I just need to fill that in, fill all the way across here in, fill that in, fill these in. This is all done, and then everything else is done. Okay, sweet. You know, whenever people use the word based, I don't know if you are to be trusted. It makes me look at you and go, are you one of those weird psychopaths from Twitter? Or are you human? It's one of the most it's one of the words that I am the most possibly conflicted about in the current era internet. You use it ironically? Sure. I can't tell if people are using it ironically or not. So just maybe use that word sparingly. Like, I get the need to use it ironically, but like, ironically or not, when someone says that's based alongside of something shitty or something that's kind of weird or dark, I just immediately go, that's extremely sus. Do I trust you? Or are you going to say something horrible in the next 90 minutes? Generally, most people are fine. But it's still like a scary word. It's like its own antonym. For honest, it's just a word that means that you agree with somebody. That's all it is. It's literally just like a way of saying, I agree with this person. It's like, okay, but like, on what grounds? It's fine though. It's just spooky. Try not to use it anymore. Yeah. Wiping a word out of your vocabulary is also always very difficult. You know, screw it. We'll just do this little house here and work on the rest of it later. Do like that. That'll work. And then we'll do like another house like right here. It's 54. Perfect. That is such a base take. Yeah, it's just it's not a bad word. It's not a word that I'll ever like not permit, but it's like when somebody starts posting like assumed green text in my Discord, and I just like kind of watch them for an hour. It's like, all right, so when's the racist meme package gonna drop? You know what I mean? Like when somebody uses like the little like brackets and then /me's stuff with their username being green, it's like, And where's the slurs? Oh, rip. You died from drowning? I was pretty bummed. On the train down to PAX, I was playing Brogue and I made it to floor 20 and died. I was sad. Just kind of closed the laptop and tried to nap for a bit. Be me, agree with statement. Yeah, what's sad is like, I know exactly what you mean though. Like, I'm from that same era of the internet, right? I spent way too much fucking time on 4chan at one point in my life. I get it. We can all be reformed together. And the memes can stay around and just don't hurt anybody with them. It's not that difficult. Also, this down here is where I'm going to plop my tombs, so might as well get those floored. It kind of looks like a dick right now, I know, but I swear it won't when I put more tombs in it, so get your jokes out now. And I'll shave the middle of the ball sack. I know I said it. Okay? Somebody had to. And if it wasn't me, it was going to be chat, so it might as well have been me. Because we all know what that looks like. I just feel bad. The chief medical dwarf just standing in the hospital all the time. Actually, wait, what? That seemed like a really high-quality traction bench. Okay, oh, no. Okay, it's just encrusted. Tizzle. All right, let's go. Lever connector. You. Get connected to that. Okay. Time to follow Cog. Get back into the machine. And by that I mean dance on the dance floor. And said that it's like being in a gang for belonging as a kid, and then 10 years later you're out and you see somebody with the same tats and you're side-eyeing, trying to figure out if they're a fellow outcast, somebody who was absolutely innocent. Yeah, no, totally. That's actually not too, like, the internet, that is kind of the internet's equivalent of, like, somebody who used to be a regular 4chan poster. Like, the real-life equivalent of that is, that's actually a really good comparison. Where it's like, you spent way too much time, like, beating up kids for not buying weed from the right guy. It's like, all right, well, 10 years removed, are you clean? Or are you still the asshole? There's one more chunk of construction I need to check when we hit the 10th. We've also just cleared the 10th. Sweet. And the full moon just ended. So I can now fly down here. I'll just hit F3. It's all done. No. Duh. It's taking too long. And I'm assuming they haven't done any of these either. No. Well, at least you're digging through that so I can queue these up. Oh, are you stuck? Oh, no, I'm just out of shale. Makes sense. I cheated. Shh. I don't know how this dwarf got over here. Like, genuinely, I don't. All right, well, we can watch Cog now. Till the 15th. Oh, absolutely, they'll trap themselves all over the place. Dwarves don't know what a build order is. It's like trying to play League of Legends with a bunch of bronze players and explain to them how they should be building their character. Except engineering and structural integrity and constructions. Speaking of this, you got to a place in Cogmind for the first time and got a neat toy you didn't know how to use. First time I got into the area with all the dudes with dialogue in Cogmind, my brain melted. It's like, is this the fucking Matrix? I need to stream Cogmind again. My god, there's too many games I need to stream right now. And Dwarf Fortress is too time consuming, and I make big videos of Dwarf Fortress. It's like the biggest problem with being the guy that streams Dwarf Fortress is there's not enough time to play other video games. Trying to unforbid these while you're standing there. I feel like I'm getting away with a crime whenever I'm just like clicking these and just manually unforbidding stuff. I'm sorry, what? Dwarf, how did you get up here? How? How? Like, how did you even? That doesn't even make any sense. Like... Because it becomes a full-time job. Oh, no, totally. It's like, it's just an absurdly time-consuming game. Because, like, I should probably... I want to stream Astronauts, or want to try streaming Astronauts again, because I tried that back when it first launched, and it's been suddenly forced back into my brain recently, so that's a game I want to try playing again. It's like, I want to play Cogmind, I want to play Caves of Cud, I want to play kind of a few games, but there's just so little time and so much video game. Makes things difficult. No, I seem to have Gabbro block floors look like open space to me when compared to the gray floor next to it. Although that dwarf definitely leaped. Also, the leaping dwarf is my new dive bar. We close at 4 in the morning, except for the Vegas location that doesn't close. Ooh. There's lava there. Even though your last part was sealed, your doors were disappearing and walking into... From walking into a patch of drying lava. That seems bad. Why are you letting them do that? All right, so I'm gonna add everybody to this thing. The Angie dwarf over here. You, this dwarf, Moral, this one, is going to be removed. And you're going to not be in any burrow. But this is going to risk the whole fort, by the way. So, you know. I'm going to go down to here. And place a burrow piece right here. Okay, maybe not there. That seems a little too close to the rodents. I'm gonna place a burrow right here. Right, no, I need to make a new burrow because I'm smart. Add a new burrow. And this dwarf is going to be assigned to this. Currently, it's going to be disabled. Because when I open the front door, I need the dwarves to be able to... Rather, when I open the front door, I need that dwarf to be able to go yell at somebody in charge. And also, I might as well just make some pet tombs, because it'll make the dwarves happier. Actually, let's just do a burial. See? I'm in an ad break, so I won't do anything until the ads are done. Okay. So the idea here is I'm going to pull the lever to open the door, which I think will be this lever. Once the lever's been pulled, the front door will open. That'll let that dwarf go yell at somebody in charge. Then I will lock them into their burrow by opening up this menu and turning this on. Then 5 days later, I will check them, and hopefully they're in the caverns. And presuming they're in the caverns, I will then lock the door, and hopefully they don't get back in somehow. I mean, you can release it in your military's, like, barracks and let them fight it. It's good training. That's about it. So that's the whole plan here. How do you guys like my plan? I think it's pretty flawless, but like, there's a whole myriad of things that could go absolutely horrifically wrong, so wish me luck. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? We have until the full moon, which is like a month. Our dwarf here is going to bed, which means I won't sleep through the whole thing. Unchowder, thanks for the raid. Because of this gimmick, doing anything specific is very difficult. I squished a dwarf today. How was your stream? How was fort build? I don't know if I have any mods around, but if any mods are lurking, could I get a shout out for Unchowder? Otherwise, I'll do it in a sec. But thanks for the raid. Hello. New forts? Yeah. New forts, new gimmicks. No. I feel bad about it, to be honest. Waiting until the 20th so I can pause. Check the whereabouts of the dwarf. You didn't crash today? That's good. I don't know why they keep doing this, but I'm not complaining. Wait. Burrow is on. They shouldn't be going into there. That seems dangerous. I have to check a bunch of the burrow in a sec. Okay, well... Oh, I see. They're probably going for the wood. That's fine. We don't need it. Okay. So, let's see where that dwarf is. You should be right here trying to attend a meeting. The mayor is trying to conduct a meeting. Okay. I'm going to turn on this burrow, and we're going to follow Cog. Playing a kobold fort? They're tiny, though. If they can speak to one another, then it's not a realistic kobold fort. Because kobolds can't talk. Well, they can, but they can't understand each other. Okay, on the 25th, that dwarf better be locked. On the 25th, that dwarf better be locked outside. Or we're officially in trouble. It's like somebody gave them the gift of, like, comprehensible language. Well, this is terrifying. There's currently a were creature in my fort, and I have no idea where they are. And I don't actually know when the next full moon is. Very fucking soon. Come on. Where are they? Yes, okay. We did it. Okay, sorry, that was just exceptionally stressful. So now I'm going to check this wall one final time. God, there's so many baby Drothlas. No, he's still eating brains. I need to make better stockpiles for food, I think. Okay, so I don't think this dwarf can get back in. So. Now we wait for the moon to go full and keep an eye on the combat logs. Because I have a feeling some carnage is about to go down. How many, like, cavern critters do you think a were-hyena can kill? If it finds them. There's no combat log yet. Five or so? Well, some migrants have arrived. It's a good thing we got that dwarf locked outside. Well, we're up to in the 60s of dwarves. If not Drothlas, then cave creatures, the rodents. The rodent people. I haven't actually checked if they have metal weapons. I know that they have blow darts. It's because you're not in the beta branch, Adam. There's a passworded private branch or the public beta branch, and then you'll see them. It doesn't matter what world you're playing. Your game hasn't updated yet to the beta branch where the kids are available. I'm not seeing any combat logs. And it transformed back into a dwarf, so the dwarf can't have moved much. I'll have to check that dwarf again on the 3rd. Have we dropped the were-citizen? Yes, the were-citizen is in the caves. I repeat, the were-citizen is in the caves. And now we are truly just sitting here and wondering, were-citizen? Where are they? I don't know. Also, we're up to 84 dwarves. So. Say, it makes say cheese may have a whole new meaning. Okay. Did they even move? Not really, no. Well, I can just get rid of your burrow. So you can just start walking around. Okay, well. Let's take a look at the new migrants that we have. Basically, everybody who's neutral should be a new migrant. God, I love the palletized clothing. It's so good. So many kids. Did Cog's wife arrive in that one? I doubt it, but... Nope. Poor old Cog. His wife just must not love him anymore. I mean, all of the dwarves are wondering where that person is, so... Where person, I think, is very apt. We're on an ocean, and I named the fortress Paddleboats. And the ocean is evil and wants us to die, and has eerie ash cloud storms every so often. I was hoping that zombies would come out of it, but I don't think we're that lucky. But we have been pretty lucky in a lot of regards for it, just not all around. We have been getting giant camels. So if I fuck with the surface too much, we'll get agitated giant camels, which I'm sure would be loads of fun. Can also turn this burrow off. what that ash does. It makes the dwarves really upset when they touch it. I realize that's a little disappointing, but it seems to be it. Because it touched a bunch of animals and they just got super angry. Let's not put dwarf corpses here, just other corpses. Oh, that's dark. I'm just going to see if those are going to get hauled from there. Actually, no, I need to go to refuse and dumping. Gather outdoor refuse. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. Let's make coke. And smelt tetrahedrite. Why are you sleeping in the mayor's bedroom? I guess I never assigned the mayor's bedroom, but that's supposed to be the mayor's bedroom. So get out of the mayor's bedroom. All right, project for the next good chunk of time is going to be building this. Why shouldn't I be sleeping in the mayor's bedroom? Well, to be fair, I didn't tell them not to, so I guess that's on me. Let's make 40 beds, actually. So I would say that is a fair statement that because I didn't tell them not to sleep in there. So because I didn't tell them not to, they obviously wouldn't have known any better. But we need a lot of beds, as you can probably see. All right, let's do all that. Let's go down here and erase all this. And yeah, this is going to cut out a good chunk of this wall, which is fine. We can just fill that in. And also, I'm going to make a stockpile right here. And make it for all stones except for coal. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to make a track stop right here, which is going to go north. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to make a minecart. Just one. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to make a minecart stop. And I'm going to call it from here. And it's going to be a stone and stone. None of this. Easy peasy. And then I just need to put a minecart there. Let's follow cog. So yeah, priority for the next little bit is just get these bedrooms done. Yeah, that's the one problem with the ticket system. I should really make it so that you just start with 2, but I don't think my bot has that functionality. Constructing a building of something. Whoops. I guess I'm constructing a building out of shale somewhere. Oh, we're probably using, making that minecart stop, I would guess. I don't know why they decided to use that one, which was so far away, but I guess they did. So, I don't really know what else to say about that. That's going to start all that getting cleared. Well, at least you have close friends there, Dwarf. A lot of these dwarves are going to need bedrooms. I like the fact that the babies all just look like Jack Jack from The Incredibles. It's one of my favorite things. Like, genuinely is one of my favorite things. Such a good dwarf for the military. Grandmaster Discipline and Master Fighter. This dwarf's already real good at what he does. We just have to make them some more weapons. Get them to update their equipment and whatnot. There we go. More weapons. They're all gonna go get swords. They'll all have stab sticks momentarily. You're just losing? It's okay, we're all losing. In real time. Oh crap, I missed the 10th. Oh well, that's fine. At the very least, we have bedrooms that are getting built up. I should probably make a guild hall. What kind of guild hall should we make, chat? Well, currently Cog is doing a bunch of planting. I honestly think, based on the artifacts we've made, an armorsmith's guild would be pretty cool. I also love the fact that Skipper's the only dwarf running around with a crown on, or one of the only dwarves running around with a crown on. Also really wants to practice martial art. Oops, shit. Well, it's okay. We're on the 15th anyway. Skipper, I'm going to put you into this squad with this dwarf, and you two are going to go train for a little bit. Put them on monthly orders. You can't make gelding halls. It's not an option. We've tried, in fact. Everybody just says that, but nobody actually looks to see if it's possible. Which I just think is kind of funny. Because I used to say that and never looked if it was possible. No, you cannot make gelding halls. I don't know how else to say that to make it clearer. That's what I just said. Those don't exist. You can't make them. How do you manage your clothing? I sell it. I become a used clothing store very quickly. And what's the word? I employ clothers that make clothing every X number of days when we need them. It's quite efficient. Animal trainers? I think there's an animal trainer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like animal training and hunting and that stuff. But there is no Gelder's Guild. I think there's a Smelter's Guild. Pretty sure there's a Smelter's Guild. I need these to be made out of blocks. Guess we're just clearing this too quickly now. And also, we'll make the requirements lower. Follow Cog again. Oh, actually, something else I can do. We're going to go right here. And I'm going to stick a doorway right there. And I'm going to make a cage trap right here. Or not a cage trap. I'm just going to put a trap right here. Or a cage right here. The one with the human in it. Holy shit, Drathless. Yeah. Because that human is going to get thrown into that lower cavern layer. And hopefully unalived. I'm starting to think we should remove brewing from Cog's jobs so that Cog goes and does other things. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've watched a lot of cooking recently. Oopsies. Shit. I also usually make a refuse stockpile specifically for used damaged clothing. Kayun? Because then anything that isn't owned... We have wounded? Excuse me? Oh, we have an alcohol problem. This dwarf just about killed somebody with alcohol poisoning and then took them into the hospital. Well, that's good of you. At least you feel relieved after bringing somebody to rest in bed. Literally, like, went and threw them in the drunk tank. Good for you, Cog. So, another thing that I do with clothing is I make a refuse pile, and I assign everything in that refuse pile to be just used clothing, so damaged clothing. Did it again. That's funny. Are you bringing a child to the hospital? What the fuck is happening? You're serving too efficiently there, dwarf. Anyway, if you make a refuse pile, then anything that is not owned by dwarves and thus abandoned and left on the ground gets thrown into... Oh, do we have sleeping dwarves in the... Okay, that's what's happening. We have sleeping dwarves in the tavern. So dwarves that are sleeping are just getting drowned with alcohol right now by this dwarf, which is great. Awesome. Sweet. I realize I'm repeating my sentences, but it's hot in here and I'm tired. Refuse piles that are set to clothing will only take just damaged used clothing. So if you just have a pile of damaged used clothing, just make a refuse stockpile and set it to clothing. And then they'll just disintegrate in minutes. Because things disintegrate at 400 times speed, so you don't need to wait like years for them to disintegrate. They're 400 or 40, it's one of the two. Anyway, it just makes stuff disappear quickly. Okay, so the were hyena has happened again. And that dwarf is no longer in the burrow. I'm still not seeing any combat. I can pause the game in a moment right now. Where are you? I mean, so if I were to just be like... Oh, this is just going to make this not valid anyway. Okay, well, what if I put a meeting area, or maybe not a meeting, like a meeting area right here? Also, your last name is Dragon Bolt. That's way too cool. Chat, can I unpause the game to see if this makes him move? I mean, you can also sell them, but... Nope, it doesn't make him move. I'm gonna try a burrow. But, no, because I can't assign him. I can't assign him to it. He's not part of the fort right now. Well, I guess she just lives there now. That's cool. There's nothing I can do. Do you have a bedroom, actually? I could give this to somebody else. There you go. All right, let's see how we are doing for bars. 21 copper bars. Let's make... So that's just a weaponsmith's forge. Do I have a second? No, I don't. All right. Well, let's remove you from this and just say 10 copper shields and 10 copper helms. Then I also have silver. So let's make some silver bling. What do you think, chat? What type of silver jewelry should I make? What kind of silver jewelry should we make, chat? Could do crowns, could do bracelets, could do necklaces, could do rings, earrings. I like this logic, Fraga. I say, what type of silver jewelry should I make? And your response is gold. Where am I getting this alchemy from, can I ask? No, because warhammers are not jewelry. I need things that dwarves can pick up and equip. Because our cog here really wants to make jewelry, or really wants to wear jewelry. Wants to acquire an object. Also, I should check cloth. Hey, chat, do you guys want input on this, or should I just make the executive decision and ignore you? Because there's very little feedback here. We got 1 vote, 2 votes for crowns, 1 for amulets. Scepters are jewelry, sure, but they don't generally equip and carry those around. I'm not here to ignore your asses. This is an audience participation stream, goddamn. Although, if you're saying that because you're pantsless running around, please do not send pictures. I do not need C. Thanks. I will ignore that. I'm seeing crowns. Okay, we're gonna make 10 silver crowns. All right, where's Cog at? Next time I unpause the game is going to be on the 5th of next month. And we are going to set that human to be thrown into the caves. Should encrust it with some gems. Then I would have to put it into restricted stockpiles, so, yeah. Especially because most of them will just be bone bracelets that'll get encrusted. And I don't feel like setting up hooked, what's it called? Linked stockpiles right now. That'd be a lot of extra clicks. I think we'll probably stick to furniture. No, he's just sitting in a cage. The other one was more of a, like, needs to be done soon thing, because... Well, the reason that needed to be done sooner is because the... Oops. Is because the human is in a cage and thus can't hurt us, whereas the dwarf wasn't in a cage, and I had to get them to run through my fortress, which was hair-raising. So we waited until they ran through the fortress, and now that they've ran through the fortress, all the way through the fortress and into the caverns, now we can do the human, which is throwing them into the lower cavern layer. Adventure mode, make me remember Gru the Wanderer. I don't know what that is. I mean, they may just go splat. This is true. I'm still very amused by Fraga's comment, though. It's okay, chat. Blind didn't like Ready either. I'm still looking for gold. I'll definitely make gold jewelry once we find gold, because supposedly there's gold on this map. I just haven't found it yet. I just have to find it first. Once I've found it, then I can worry about it. Man, I love getting reviews for games I didn't ask for that don't look good. That are embargoed, and I can't even complain about what it is. I don't know what that is. J Orion Tell. I have no idea what that is. Oh no! Of course they ambushed the dwarf at a point where they are not able to defend themselves as a were creature. But they're still alive because the were creature is the least happy dwarf. But they clearly discovered some cave dwellers. They're still alive. The combat has ended. I'll have to look and see where they discovered them. Okay, so we're on the 4th. Waiting one more day. There we go. The dwarf forgot their clothing somewhere. They're all the way at the other end of the map naked. Well, at least you've, like, gone the distance, eh? Man, that child that this dwarf killed had a great last name. Swamp Hammers. What a dope name. What a good name. Such a bloody shame, though. Angry is the correct mood? If you want your fort to end soon? Certainly. All right, let's go here and go cage. I'm actually just going to go into here and just eat everything that I don't need. Or more accurately, don't want. I'm going to start shearing some llamas too. And yes, I'm aware that I'm eating some horses and cows and other things that could be useful, but it's okay. I don't want them that badly. Okay, we're going to go down to the farming shop. Just right here. Shear animal. Yep. Spin thread. Make cheese. Milk animal. I think I just have cheese and barrels around. And process plants if I can. Let's jump down to here. Really ain't much growing down here. Just looking for pigtails. Although it's summer that we need for pigtails, so they're probably all dead, actually. Yeah, they'll be useful. Totally. Let's see if I can build more. Okay. Let's do a bunch more bedrooms. So like apartments, basically. That'll do. And then I just need to go across here, then do this, then do this, then do this, doop, doop, doop. That'll work. What's up, cable? It's been a while since I've done bedrooms like this. Last few forts I've done have been almost entirely dug out. It's been a while since I've dug out an area and then put bedrooms into it. Also not sure what I want to do with the upper floors. They may end up just being like filled in. They may also end up being like second floors. I'm not sure. Community is amazingly creative. Yeah, there's some neat things. It totally is. Any favorites that have caught your eye? Yeah, whatever. One boulder will get stuck in there. It's fine. Gabbro Streets, it is. All right, it's time to go be mean. So the way you be mean, at least the way I'm gonna be mean here, I'm gonna go down to here, and I'm gonna set this as a burrow, or not a burrow. I'm gonna set this as a pit and pond, and I'm going to assign this human to it. Now, I have no idea who's gonna go do that honor, but it's probably not gonna be Cog. So I'll just sit here, and then after we hit day 10, I will go check and see if the human's flat, or if they are down there somewhere. And if they're still in the fort, then I scream and we send the military to go stab them to death. As Cog goes to take a nap. And you know, honestly, I think that's the most justifiable thing Cog has done in a minute. Is taking a nap. I think I'm going to get Cog to engrave the rest of his bedroom. Because Cog is my engraver. And also maybe... Do we let Cog train in the military a little bit? He wants some martial training. What do you think, chat? Okay, it looks like Moral got into a fight with some more of them. Don't know how that went, but Moral's, I guess, doing yakety sacks around the base. That or give him a good meal. I mean, I've been trying... for quite some time. What if we just assign you here? Cog, you can be the cook for a while. Okay. Let's see. The human is fighting. Go on. Okay, so the dwarf just keeps getting hit by blow darts and screaming, "I must withdraw," and then running away. So where are you now? All the way down here. Not yet dead, but immune to injuries because every time they become a were creature, they regenerate. Well, there is a blood splat down here, so we know that they made it down. That's a good sign. But I suppose they went down here and died because I'm not seeing them anymore. Serious question, chat. Am I a bad person? Fall didn't kill him. Nope. And he's not on the map anymore, so I assume he's gone. In before he shows up on the surface as a were creature again in the future. There is a real chance that that happens.
Bring out your dead!
That's very funny. Have a prisoner, throw him into the caves. Just like, all we see as proof that it happened is just a blood smear on the ground. You know, this playthrough is growing on me, chat. You know, it's just like... How do I explain this? Like, normally you are acutely aware of everything that's happening, but when you just kind of accept blissful ignorance, it's just... Like, I don't know, it's just... There's something about this that's growing on me. Training will help Cog stay alive. This is true. It is good for Cog's long-term health. I think I'm going to make some bins. Just like 2. Just make sure that, not this, this, and this don't have bins in them. Or wheelbarrows in them, because that'll break them. This also doesn't need a wheelbarrow in it. Sweet. But this needs some more. All right. This does not end well for us. Have you not read any? Do not. We didn't verify that they were surely dead. No. Okay. Find me a children's story where you have to verify that somebody is dead. Is that really a thing? That's kind of really disturbing. Anyway, Cog here is preparing a lavish meal. We'll let him train until he clears his martial training need. Wonder what equipment he's going to go pick up, actually. Probably a shield at the very least. Copper shield. Learn to thwack. You know, I wonder, if I tell him to equip 2 shields, does it show both shields now? Okay, so his hat popping through the top of his helmet is very funny. Or his hair popping through the top of his helmet's very funny. Oh no! The woodcutter was found dead. They got her, chat. I have to memorialize her. I wonder what got her. I guess it was a rodent. Yeah, it seems like she didn't get to turn into a were creature again, so she died as a dwarf. This dwarf's about to be focused again once he clears that need. All right, let's just pop over here, grab this, grab this. No, not that. Beds. Boop, 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 boop. Doop, 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 doop. She certainly died as a dwarf. Yeah. Wait, why am I putting coffins in these? In my defense, I was aiming for coffers. We're not quite doing personal tombs this fort. Oh, I also just realized something that's kind of a problem. These are still hooked up to this stockpile. I need these to be hooked up to this stockpile. Because currently it's not going to work. All right, well, let's follow Cog for another 5 days. Yeah, I mean, like, I could totally look up the story of that human later down the line. I'm sure he's gotten up to some he'll get up to some shenanigans down there. At some point. Clearing that rustiness very quickly. But we just need him to, you know, get the actual training stuff done this. I love the way the helmets look. Like, the fact that we have the different quality of helms visible on the dwarves now is awesome. It's one of the best things. Let's update these dwarves. So a bunch of them can go grab new stuff. I don't think there's anything new for them to go grab. It's tired now, but hey. I mean, it's called martial arts. I mean, I've called it that before, where you just put dwarves into the military and just let them train, like, you know, I don't know. Just where you just let them train wrestling generally. I just call it martial arts training. Okay, well, this can be deconstructed and this can be locked. Hand to hand, yeah, boxing. That's another word for it that suits it. It's boxing. They're learning boxing. Just like in working at a pizza shop where you put things in boxes. Boxing, exactly the same thing. There's no difference, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Let's put these peasants into this. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame that that dwarf had to die, but they didn't have to go get bit, so... the way I'm kind of thinking, or like imagining this story playing out here, is it's like... not a villain's or like origin story, but more like a... just a kind of oblivious, sort of... uninteresting dwarf, kind of, becoming something interesting, but also at the same time, wacky shit happening in the background that the dwarf has no idea about, that once I'm finished with this fort and, like, put it into the context of, like, a YouTube video, I'll be able to present it in a much more... like, there's things going on in the background that you don't see much of, which I can tease. Like, there's absolutely a way that I could do this. A day in the life of Cog for 10 years. Well, I think I'm probably going to call it I followed one dwarf for 10 years, and here's what happened, because YouTube titles are stupid these days, but... because YouTube titles, in order to do well, have to be silly run-on sentences. I don't really know why that is. I don't know if that's what makes YouTube promote them, or... I mean, I should have destroyed this upper wall. That's a YouTube-ass YouTube video name now? Yep. No, you know, Hobo gets it. Homo knows what's up. It's like you have to put actually at the... like, it's like H-Bomber Guy titles, where it's just like... Deus Ex Human Revolution is good, actually, and here's why. It's like, this is not a title for a thing anymore. This is just a run-on sentence. What's happening? The YouTube algorithm killed the art of naming a YouTube video. Like, I kind of respect Nucrium for this, because he's the one guy that I know who's still, like, naming his title. Name of video game. Genre of video game. Version of video game. And I respect him for it. Since I'm having trouble with placing dwarves, should I let them inhabit good and evil biomes? Well, by default, nothing really inhabits good and evil biomes. Well, goblins and necromancers inhabit evil ones. You might end up with more necromancy. I don't actually know if that would have any adversely negative effects. I would just say generate more mountains, because mountains are where dwarves appear. So, like, if you're having trouble getting dwarves to inhabit spaces, just... I would try and permit more... I would just try and permit more, mountains. Because mountains are kind of what you... or what they need. What? But there is unused sword on the ground. Right there. Dwarf. Oh, I know why. It's because they're all off duty now. Got it. So that would be my opinion, is... You don't necessarily need
Missed watching
more
you play
biomes like that.
DF. Hope you're doing well.
What's up, Mako Darkfire? Still here. It's very warm in here today, and it's making my brain go a little messy. But I'm doing okay. We threw a were-dwarf hyena into the caverns, and threw a human into the caverns. The human just it turned into a blood splat on the ground and disappeared. And the dwarf died. We also squished a child with a drawbridge, because I can't see what I'm doing in this fort. And that's the beauty of it. Oh, they didn't do it yet. Come on. Are you telling me nobody's assigned this job yet? Are we really that busy? Wild. Cog captain of the good ship, completely oblivious. Totally. Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers from Mako Darkfire, keeping that subscription alive for a 7th month, or rather bring that subscription back, potentially? Not actually sure, but thank you. Welcome back. It's good to have you, dude. Thank you for continuing to help keep this strange channel funded. And once again, for people wondering, the literal only reason I do this manually is so I know how many more I need to make. Holy crud, that's a lot of children. I want to give a baby a... Not really. All right. Still need more bedrooms. You found this channel because it's strange. Oh, I know. But strange channels like this wouldn't exist without people with hats next to their name. If you guys didn't support me, I wouldn't be here. On Twitch or YouTube. I know some people like to imagine that I would be okay without Twitch. And some people like to imagine I'd be okay without YouTube. But the reality, honestly, is... if I didn't stream on Twitch, the YouTube channel would have never existed. And vice versa. The YouTube videos themselves don't pay my rent. They help. They don't pay my rent. The streams do, but the streams are a lot bigger because of the YouTube channel. So the real heroes are just the people who throw money at me. All right. I think I should build another bridge outside of this. Also think I should just start making like a cone of weapon traps or something. Okay, well, because this thing down here is now mostly dealt with and that exists. I'll just be so out of the way. So I'm kind of tempted to make this right here into a glass forge, but I think it's probably smart to just dig. To just keep digging. Just keep digging. Till I find some lava. Need you to clear that martial training need. That's what I need. Best matter of fact, no BS guides for launch. There you go. I have a question, Mako. Have you seen the stuff I've done recently? Because I've been busy. I don't know how long you've been gone, but we've been busy in these parts. Glass Forge on a Kinder Egg? Yeah, because free infinite fuel. But I'm thinking I'm just going to go all the way down to the cavern, or all the way down to the lava sea and do it there. It's probably what we're going to do. Feels wonder after learning about fighting. There we go. You still need to eat a good meal, Dwarf. But he has cleared all of his needs. I think we'll give him until the 5th before I boot him. We've reached early summer. You fell down a rabbit hole that is Vampire Survivors. Oh my god, I'm glad you survived. You okay? My game's practically a slot machine. Also, thanks, Frederick, for getting to that before I looked at YouTube chat. Sometimes blind plays CUD. That is accurate. Sometimes I play CUD. Yeah, I think probably the best defense for this fort would just be a whole bunch of spikes connected to a minecart that goes in circles. What's the daily CUD build? I've only ever done the dailies like maybe once. Also, I suppose that means they are now off training duty. Which works for me. Saw a dwarf recite the present and the tuft, said the salty panda. Do you feel some delight? Only some? Really? Can't be a lot then. Well, that's a very big rock stockpile now. With release, adrenaline phase, and the space-time vortex. Yeah, okay. I've done basically that build before. Although I just like throwing space-time vortexes onto random things because it's funny. It's like quantum jitters and space-time vortex. It's just kind of a Lamau build. Which I don't mind doing. So I'm between two things. I could either just like pump water into here out of an aquifer, which would be totally fine. Or I could dig down into the aquifer. The problem with digging down into the aquifer is that would leave a lot of like boulders in it probably. So I'm a little bit torn as to what direction I want to go with that. You know, let's do this right here and build another little walkway across. Because this is food access. Let's also go across both sides here and just cut down all these walls. Just build them back up. Out of curiosity, how many of you guys have played Kit Fox's most recent published game? Astronauts. And how much interest is there in that game? Because that's a game that I got back when it first went into early access way long ago. And I'm curious if anybody here's played it. Who has interest in it anyways. Also, I'm digging up my center pillars, which I don't want to do. Because I played it long ago when the game shipped with like a 200-page PDF manual, which is cool, but a little bit intimidating even for yours truly. So I didn't. I think I should make copper picks, actually. That's something we should make. Why do I always end up typing in this screen? It's like I just look for the nearest typing box and try and type in a thing to make. What's it like? It's kind of like single player Borrow Trauma top down in space. With lots of like squinting at service manuals. Pull it together for work. Well, cheers. Thanks for sticking around. I think you're the, at least the most visible person who's stuck around the longest from the raid. Yeah, it's Neoscav. I think it's just a dude who made that game, like it's one of those single solo developed games. He was at PAX, and I was at a panel that he was on, alongside of Ulfsire. Another thing that I could throw out here, I actually question, Jorian, tell before you run off to work, why did that person raid me? Because I don't know them. It's very rare that I get raids to begin with, let alone from people I don't know. Like, this channel is kind of like the weird, quiet, dusty corner of Twitch in a lot of cases. I like your username, Peace on Mars, in YouTube chat, because, like, there will be peace on Mars until we arrive there. And then it'll all, like, burn. Did you... Yay, you grabbed a meal! Hallelujah. One-humped camel tallow roast. Finally, our dwarf has eaten a good meal. Hallelujah. Peas on Mars. I mean, if they put me on Mars, I will absolutely grow peas on Mars, but I don't want to go to Mars, so we're good there. Skipper has claimed a stoneworker's workshop. Cool. Snatcher. Well, okay. Get the trainers up in the front door and pause the game. Where's Snatchers? Oh. Well, one of them's dead. Got clotheslined by, Still, I think. Yep, just, like, stabbed him in the head. And, in the lower body with the short sword, and then tearing the muscle, tearing the stomach. Gotcha. It's part of a podcast network. Is a huge... Got it. Because very much out of my realm of knowledge for people that I know. Nope. Not familiar with any of those podcasts. But that's okay. There's a lot of podcasts. He stabbed the goblin in the head with an iron short sword, tearing the muscle, shattering the skull. Ow. And then chopped his head off. And he retreated. How do you feel about this, militia commander? Afraid and horrified. Well, I mean, me too, kinda. But he was also mildly annoyed about the rain. It's like everything, totally fine. Kind of annoyed by the rain, though. Should I just throw these goblins into the, like... Should I just throw these goblins into, like, the ones that got caught in the cages? Because I caught a bunch in cages. Should I just throw them into the, into the, hole that I threw the human in? All the podcasts I listen to are, like, ex-giant bomb people, basically. Which is a circle if you are familiar with it. If it's not a circle that everybody's familiar with, though. All right, these are all Drothless. There's the goblin. In the pit, pit, pit. Okay, got it. Hmm. We'll do all this. And also on priority 2, we're going to expand this. And all the way up to here. But yeah, good to know. It's like, it's really hard to quantify how far the tendrils of my influence reach, I suppose. So, thank you for sharing the added information. But also to bounce off something that Havoc in YouTube chat said, because Havoc said that they've seen people just raid random people. You need to realize, I get raided by a bunch of like Dwarf Fortress regulars, and bless their souls, they're all lovely. But it's a lot of really small channels. So if I get a raid of like more than like 10 people, that is an anomaly that happens once every couple of months. Unless it's somebody who I directly know. So they're just, I guess maybe to add that for the context, like there will be times where I'll go like 3-4 weeks without getting like a notably sized raid. It's just a very rare occurrence here. Because, you know, there are plenty of people who raid random channels, but it's not super common that people will not just raid a random channel, but raid a random channel that's streaming fucking Dwarf Fort. Yeah, it was like 170 people or something. So, like, added practically doubled my view count. I think we were at like 200 roughly. So it was like a raid the size that I normally throw at people. So, definitely a notable afternoon. Sadly, you have no followers. Ah, that's fine. Raids of one person still good. It still helps. All counts. All right, we're going to plop you down here. And I'm also going to assign some more miners, I think. Maybe give cog mining for a little bit. Because that'll be a nice change of speed. After you're done, you know, everything else you've been doing. He was going to go pick up an item, but then decided to harvest a plump helmet. Priorities, Dwarf. So I probably should make a corpse stockpile somewhere. We'll see. What's a raid in this context? It's when you tell... well, if you stick around for another, like, not too long, you'll see one here. But it's when you tell everybody in your chat to go watch somebody else. That's a raid. And it used to be, for a while, was a bannable offense on Twitch. But it was just such a commonly cultural thing that everybody did. And everybody just kind of agreed that it was good. Twitch decided to officially support it. The amount of random climbing that goes on in this fort is a bit... nutty. Okay, so Skipper has begun a mysterious construction. I need you to go and acquire... Well, no, Twitch didn't ever ban it. What used to happen was, when Twitch didn't have official support for raids, what would happen is... Dwarf is geriatric? That's like calling somebody who's 60 geriatric. Like, this dwarf has up to 20 more years left. Anyway, before Twitch officially, like, supported it, there would be... The way raids would work is people would just tell people, hey, go raid this person. So they just link somebody in their chat like 4 or 5 times, and then everybody would just dogpile in there and spam something. But they wouldn't necessarily do that at the end of their streams. So the reason it was bannable... the reason it was bannable is because people would do that and say horrible things to people. So it was one of those, like, they made it a bannable offense just to, like, not allow, like, just to get rid of potential problems that could exist, even if there wasn't any problems with the majority of raids. Skipper, the planter, has created Nosimilal, a shale crown, and claims it as a family heirloom. All right, so I can't do anything with that until the 16th. Until the 20th, because we're on the 16th right now. I think I'm going to make Skipper into the Fortress Messenger. And Skipper is going to have that assigned as their item. Other skills, right, for climbing? Novice climber, but rusty is how good he is. What does a messenger do? If you have a baron if you've taken over areas and left dwarves there, or you have a baron and hillixes have been created on your map, the messenger is used to can be sent to those areas to... The messenger can be sent to those areas to request workers home. Oh shit, we have a new mayor? Wow. I'm impressed. There's Skipper. Let's see if it's still there. There it is. This is a shell crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of round shale cabochons and cave blob leather and goblin cap. This object menaces with spikes of shale and goblin cap. On the item is an image of coyotes in shale. On the item is an image of Unol Workbook, the dwarf and dwarves in shale. Workbook is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Unol Worker Book to the position of king of the work of spray in the early winter of 341. It's also got an image of long four-sided prisms and shale. On the item is an image of waves in silver. So, oh no, are you still king? No. Okay, so it's now a queen in charge. Well, that's kind of cool. It's a lot of shale, and it's all for shale if you need to buy some. Okay, so another thing I'm going to do, because I just got an idea of how to make Cog acquire an item. Cog, just go put on a crown, please. And also, let's, all right, time to go deeper. What? DF Hack, are you accidentally causing me to cheat? Is that the underworld? This has to be some DF hack thing. Hold on. No. That has to be the glowing pits. Well, I mean, DF hack is running, it's just hidden. What the fuck? I'm like, this is the bottom cave layer, which I've already gone through. Weird, okay. Weird. Bizarre. Okay, cool. Got it. Also just...
NANI?!
Yeah, well, I mean, it is the beta branch, right? And a bunch of new stuff was just added to the... But the thing is, I don't know if that's DF hack or if that's the fortress, right? I genuinely have no idea which one of those is the cause of that. Oh no. So Cog was forced to endure the decay of a friend. The friend that they were forced to endure the decay of was the were creature. Should I feel bad or... Okay, they got to acquire... They got to put on a superior item and it didn't satisfy the acquire object need? Fucking really? Dude. Ugh. Yeah, no, I'm taking tomorrow off because I've got 2 videos I need to edit. 2 videos I need to edit, and I have a blog post I need to write. So I have like 4 hours of work I need to do. Plus, I hate to break it to you, I'm fucking exhausted. I haven't really had the chance to properly rest up after PAX. Because I basically ended stream the other day and then just immediately went to PAX. Spent the weekend at PAX, got home, like, unpacked, sorted my shit out for an afternoon, and then immediately went back to streaming. So, and then this weekend I'm going camping on Saturday, Sunday. So I won't be, if I stream tomorrow, I basically would be resigning to not being able to get either the Future of the Fortress or the Dwarf Fortress news videos up until like Monday night. You heard me, Angel Greed. So I'm exhausted. Gotta relax a little bit. I know I sit at home and play video games for a living, but like I need a weekend too. And I basically didn't have a weekend. So far, the biggest negative that's happened to this dwarf is something that we decided to do for the lulz. Yes, AI 2097, I agree. So we decided to release the dwarf into the caverns, and now they're dead, and I'm too scared to go get them. So they're gonna be down there for a bit. But when we hit the 5th, I'm gonna queue up, I think, silk trousers and leather gloves. The tavern is still popping. I'm getting busier though. Like, the tavern's looking better every day. So's that little temple up there. But yeah, I did the 3 long streams this week, and then next week we'll be back to 4. So you'll get your 40 hours of streams a week. This week you're only getting like 30. Because that's generally my schedules. I stream like 30 hours a week, or I'm sorry, 40 hours a week of streams generally, and then about another 10 or so of YouTube work, and then whenever a major video releases, I don't take a weekend. Oh yeah, also that. The weekend before PAX, I didn't have a weekend because I was editing Gore Tusk. So I think I had part of Saturday off, but that wasn't really a day off because I was at my parents' doing some work for them, so I was helping them move furniture for half the day. I really need to weed my garden. That's where I'm currently at. I really need to weed my garden. Okay, there we go. Let's do 20 leather gloves. Letter. And silk trousers. And silk shirt. I don't know if we actually have enough for all of this, but we'll just say 20 of each. Only struck cherry opals, eh? Satisfied remembering creating an artifact. Slept in a fantastic bedroom. Sleeping in a great bedroom. Satisfied at work. Good news is, this dwarf does like their job a lot. And the day-to-day, from what we can tell, is pretty good for them. Oh shit, this should be dug up, not down. Also, I shouldn't be pausing. What am I doing? Crap. And learned to disdain stoicism. It's like people who stand out in the rain and claim that they're better than others. Well, fuck those guys. Like, wait. But yeah, no, it is kind of poetic. Watch him like dwell upon the decay of a friend for a bit and then become depressed because of it. Make cogs? I mean, I could make him make mechanisms. Storing owned item, hey? And this is why you give dwarves cabinets, because then they put their stuff away. Still doesn't care about acquire an object. Man. You needy son of a bitch. Wait, hold on. Do you like a particular type of object? He likes swords, short swords, gauntlets, backpacks, and anvils. If I tell you that a sword is now your object, will that cover that need? We're gonna wait until the 15th, and then I'm gonna give him a sword. And he can put it in his bedroom if he wants. Everybody else is like... That's actually the kind of funny thing about this fort, is like... There's this one dwarf who's just got like everything he wants, that everybody else just has barren, empty bedroom. It's just, for some reason, Fortress Management is just like catering to this one dwarf. I guess they just value the appraiser that much. Also, right, yeah, we have a new mayor. So, Bim. Mayor Bim. Gets all this stuff. And Mayor Bim may or may not already have a bedroom. I like how the new quarters are worse than the old quarters for the mayor. Yep. That's kind of funny. All right, let's make the mayor's quarters a little nicer, shall we? Let's Make a furniture stockpile right here. Let's say statues, tables, thrones, chests, nope, coffers, coffins. Okay, fine. Box. Okay, boxes. Yes, that's what those are listed as. Of course they are. And doors and cabinets. All materials. And then you will take items from here. And you will take items from here. And I'm just going to say cut gems, repeat, and encrust furniture with cut gems. Do it. Well, okay. This should be priority number 1. The greed of Cog, a cautionary tale. It's not that greedy, though. He just disdains stoicism and not easily depressed. Some migrants have arrived. Our numbers grow. 88, 89, 90. As he picks a plump helmet. Although he doesn't want to cause trouble. Which I don't know what that's going to manifest as. Maybe him becoming the fortress jester, perhaps. His wife still hasn't arrived. We don't know if she ever will. I presume she's still alive, otherwise she wouldn't be listed here. We got about 40 in one wave. Earlier in this fort. Oh, no, I read that as 20. Satisfied at work. Still wants to acquire something. Up to the 19th. BIM has imposed a ban on certain exports. Oh boy. Some Texagon has made a masterwork copper mail shirt. Now I'm in an ad break. So now's a good time to just sit here and construct some more housing. I can just fill in this wall, I guess. Let's go right here. It's going to be a whole bunch of housing. What are the banned exports? Yeah, I should check. Well, he needs an armor stand and a weapon rack, but that's besides the point. Quivers. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Let's say copper. And let's say 12 of each. Let's just make charcoal. Let's make 40. All right. Should have banned shale. Fortunately, they can't ban a material. Just an item type. But then we wouldn't have much for shale, so that would be bad. So I'm glad they didn't. That would be a really annoying mechanic, though. So don't tell anybody, chat, but none of these houses right now, except for the ones right to the right of me, have roofs. Just these ones. The rest are all roofless. So we'll have to get to that eventually, but currently the priority is getting people housed, not worrying so much about whether or not they have a roof. All right, Cog, let's go until the 25th. Look at you eating all these good quality meals now. It's being spoiled. Content after consuming a fine dish. He's becoming an adequate cook. Well, I mean, it's not quite enough for him to be... Actually, he should go drown somebody with alcohol so that he has to help somebody. He kept on satisfying that need because he kept on dumping too much alcohol on sleeping dwarves and they were dying of alcohol poisoning, so he'd run them to the hospital. So, you know, if he needs to solve that need again, he should just go dump some booze on somebody's head. Want to fight a roofless house? They fight pretty rooflessly. Ouch. I felt that one. We're all trying to find the Urus that did this. Clark's just like, all right, which one of you drank too much? I can't wait for Cog to just start a tavern brawl, though. Which is probably one of the reasons why I should make sure that Cog keeps on working out. And training in the military, and ideally carrying a weapon. Because it'll happen at some point. And when it happens, it'll be a bad thing. Oh, shit. I was going to click on that and say, Cog, you should make some metal stuff for a bit. Let's see if I can... Nope, too far away. Oh, shit. I missed the 25th. Oh, well. That's fine. Oh, no, we're lacking chairs. I guess we'll have to solve that. To be fair, the tavern is pretty sparse on chairs. That is true. Because I haven't exactly built many more chairs since we got here, and the number of dwarves has gone up pretty exponentially at this point. Bunch of barley and llama cheese? It's an odd combination, but I'm sure Cog can make it taste satisfactory. But I think I'm actually going to cancel that job. Because we have a lot of food and not a lot of drink, and it's probably because I'm running out of space. Like, we're probably just running out of barrels. That sounds awful. Why would you do that, T-Basins? Also, I hope you get over your, like, you know, your... That sounds like something that would be in, like, Space Station 13, though. I hope that you get over your food poisoning or whatever is wrong with your tummy soon, because that seems unfortunate and unpleasant. I love just the children hanging around the minecart waiting to just dump boulders into that, like, immediately. Also, this child's reciting... Did you guys know that children could just stand somewhere and recite poetry? Because I didn't. The child was just sitting there reciting poetry. Huh. The more you know, I guess. Okay, so that's semi-molten rock. So let's go up to about, I don't know, here and just do this. All right, well, I think we've made some pretty brilliant... Oh. Well, I found an aquifer. Anyway, I think we've made some pretty brilliant progress today. I mean, we've cleared a lot of distance, which I think is pretty good, honestly. That's okay. I mean, the plan is to fill this up with water eventually, so it's totally fine that there's an aquifer there. Wouldn't it be faster with 2? Because it's an infinite minecart stockpile. So they put it into the minecart, and it immediately dumps into there. So this is all the stuff that's currently in that one stockpile, in one tile. So whenever an item gets put here, somebody grabs it, puts it in the minecart, and then it immediately appears right in front of the minecart. It's just an instantaneous thing. It doesn't really speed it up. That would just add more jobs. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't even add more jobs. But yeah, I think I'm going to click update equipment on this and unpause and then pause again just to see what gear they're gathering and say, chat, I think it's time for me to call it for the day. I think this is starting to look like a pretty satisfying boat. What do you think? Vanilla flavoring and spinach powder is not a good combination. Why would you do that to yourself? That's awful. That sounds terrible. But yeah, no, I think we've made some pretty great progress. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff I got to unforbid. We had some excitement. You know, we had some were creatures. We crushed a dwarf with a drawbridge. The population has skyrocketed, and Cog is still oblivious to anything terrible happening in the world. And I still have a lot more bedrooms to make. And we threw a human into the caves, and there's just a blood splat there, so I assume he's dead. Right here. Grasping Elbows is his last name, by the way. I don't see any other blood anywhere, so I'm sure that's fine. Take it off the drive dock and just run the whole floor in a floating boat. So, no, because buoyancy doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress. I could if I left it attached to the ceiling, which it currently is. I am going to fill this with water at some point, though. But you literally can't do that. Human is dumped, presumed dead. That's probably what my ex thinks about me, to be honest. Human is dumped, presumed dead. So, no, I will not be able to fully detach it from the ceiling, because it will just break and explode. All right, stream still going? Not anymore, it's not. Anyway, this has been a good stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Hey, YouTube chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Thanks for sticking around, YouTube chat. I know that, like, the YouTube chat activity is very fleeting because it depends on whether or not YouTube decides to recommend things to people and whether or not people click on the thing. But, you know, thank you for tuning in and hanging out today. I hope you guys had a good time. I am shutting you guys down now. So if you'd like to come and raid somebody with us, pop into the Twitch stream. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Tuesday. If you keep an eye out on the YouTube channel, you'll see a notification go up when the next stream is going to happen. And if you're in my Discord, you may or may not see photos of a camping trip at some point soon. So if you haven't, go follow my blog, which can be found on my website, which is blindirl.com, because once a week I post updates on what I'm working on, and I will probably have updates on something that I'm working on Monday. And if you decide to give me money through the blog, you'll get a post sometime tomorrow when I finish typing it with stats of the last major project. All right. I don't really use mods, Doriantel, for, well, full honesty. So. And also, like, Dwarf Fortress mods are not generally that involved when it comes to things like Steam Power. But at some point, we're